At this time, we'd like to convene the City Council meeting for Monday, August 8th, 2022. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Cormack. Here. Councilmember Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Vilsack.
Here.
Vice Mayor Koo. Here. Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka. Here. For the record, all present.
Thank you. And our apologies for starting a bit late. Our first item is a special order that's an appreciation for State Senator Josh Becker for his support in securing $2 million for our vital Newell Bridge replacement project. That is a flood control project and one that supports both East Palo Alto and Palo Alto and will help facilitate we appreciate all the work that you did on advocating for that, Senator Becker, and for all the other work you've been doing, including really being one of the key leaders in the legislature and the state on climate initiatives. So on that note, I'd first like to turn things over to you and any comments you'd like to make, and both about what's happened this year and what we have going forward.
Well, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Good to be with you virtually, and very pleased that we're able to secure, I was able to secure this $2 million for the Newell Bridge project in this budget. I do know how important this project is for residents of both Palo Alto and East Palo Alto. We're all aware of the damage and safety concerns caused when the San Francisco Creek overflows, and how 25 years ago we saw tens of millions of dollars in damage, and that the estimate of a very significant 100-year flood event could affect thousands of homes and approach $1 billion in damages. I'm very appreciative of all the work that the San Francisco Creek JPA, the city staff, and the community have put into flood control efforts here, and at the Pope Chaucer Bridge. So, thanks to a strong economy, we were able to, which was driven in large part by people in our area, we have the opportunity to put this work in the budget. And I know that Assemblyman Berman was able to join you last week and talk about the fire house, which was great, the fire station, and both these projects will make Palo Alto safer. And I want to thank you, Mayor, and for the council to advocate to us on behalf of these projects. Otherwise, the next 3 weeks are going to be a big sprint with hundreds of bills, literally to go through. A lot of climate action, you'll be happy to hear, is in the works, and debating some really big policies, and just want to try to get it all over the finish line.
Thank you. And I want to turn it over to my colleagues who would also like to weigh in. First is Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, hi, Senator Becker. Thank you again for the money for the bridge. And we haven't seen a lot of rain lately, but as you said, flooding can be quite costly. So I think we're very glad to get that funding. And I think you've been busy. It hasn't been just us. I think I read you've raised $12 million for various peninsula projects. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I also wanted to thank you on all the things you're doing in the Senate, the clean energy committees you're on, authoring several bills in your short tenure. And not just in clean energy, I've seen you working in other areas as well. And I also wanted to thank you for recently taking up the issue of encryption of police communications. And, thanks to our own police force, I think we have a local workaround. But I think that legislation remains important. So I hope you'll continue to push on that one. But again, thanks.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Josh. Good to see you. Thanks. Yeah, I just want to weigh in and thank you. And Councilmember Du Bois, so right. Short tenure, but geez, sometimes I feel like you've been there for a decade for how much you've accomplished and just how quickly you hit the ground running and what you're already doing for Palo Alto as well as the local community. But yeah, always shocked to think that you haven't even been there for 2 years yet. So excited for our continued partnership and to see what else that you're able to do, not only for the region, but the state as well. And also really want to weigh in appreciation, not only for the funding Palo Alto is receiving here, but especially climate initiatives. Whenever I'm teaching with my students with AP Government and you've come to my classroom and talked to them. So I want to do a personal thank you for that. You will be getting an email again sometime soon to invite you back, but always love telling my students who are so invested in climate change, as they should be, the work that you are doing. Really appreciate that. And also thank you for your support of SB 1000 and looking forward to supporting that in any way. Incredibly important. So keep up the great work and you're welcome here anytime. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for your leadership on that issue as well. I'm glad we've got to a good conclusion with Palo Alto.
And Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. Hello, State Senator Becker. It's great to have you with us, sort of. So I just want to emphasize why the Newell Street Bridge is so important is because it's the first step in the process. We can't do any of the other work in there to really provide protection to Menlo Park and Palo Alto until we get that Newell Street Bridge done first. So, and as we all know, construction costs aren't going down. So thanks for that, and look forward to all the other work. I won't double down on the climate action because we'll have other time for that. Thank you.
And Vice Mayor Koo.
Hello, Senator Becker. Again, I just want to repeat everything my colleagues have said, and thank you for all the work that you have doing, just jumping in there as soon as you were elected. We appreciate a lot of the sensible views that you have and how you look at things, including many of the legislations that has been put forward in terms of housing. I also appreciate a lot that you were able to procure this funding for us in order to get this bridge going, one of the first of many to come, in order to safeguard a lot of the flood areas that we have and to keep also the insurance for the homeowners at as low as possible, or maybe even eliminate. Again, thank you for all the good work that you are doing. We appreciate it. Thank you.
And Councilmember Filsath.
Yeah, just briefly. Hi, Josh. Thank you very much for the Newell Bridge action. And I also want to say thank you and add my thanks on the SB 1000 thing, which I think will help cities resolve any nagging interoperability issues over the long run. So thanks.
Thank you.
Well, I think everything's been said, but not everybody's said it. So I'll just echo once again our collective thanks and looking forward to being able to thank you again for this coming year's legislative action. I know that you're leading the charge on a whole series of climate initiatives that are so important to us, and please let us know how we can help support you.
Well, thank you. I hope to make you all proud here in the next few weeks. And I do have a committee hearing tomorrow on clean reliability. So if anyone wants to tune in on that, my subcommittee will be meeting. How do we avoid blackouts this summer and in the next few summers while not halting our march towards clean energy? So that's another piece of this whole puzzle, as I know you all know, having your own utility there. And want to just thank you again for the kind words.
Thank you. And we'll let you get back to work.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you. All right, our next item is selection of applicants to interview for the Human Relations Commission. Councilmember Cormack.
I move we interview all of the applicants.
Second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Koo. Did you wish to speak to that?
I've reviewed them. I think everyone is deserving of hearing, having a time for us to meet with them, and it's also consistent with our prior practice.
And Vice Mayor Koo.
I agree with Councilmember Cormack. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have, let's see, this doesn't require public comment as a special order, does it?
But if you're going to take action on something,
Pardon me?
if you're going to take action on something, I would encourage you to take public comment on
Okay.
it.
Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Okay. Our first speaker is Aram James. You have up to 3 minutes to speak. Welcome.
Okay, so I'm not going to spend 3 minutes on this, but I definitely would like to know who the candidates are. So if you'd be so kind enough to let us know who the candidates are. I think I go to almost every HR Human Relations Commission meeting, speak at them. I've been very, very sad that over the last year and a half or so, not only did we go down from 5 minutes to 2, and then finally with a lot of push and shove back to 2.5 minutes during oral communication, but it seems like very few people come to the HRC meeting anymore. It seems to be a committee that basically meets by itself and is happy to get out of there as quick as possible. So, they've done some good stuff. I'll give them credit on all the civil rights stuff that they reached out on, but there isn't much of any public participation at the meetings. And it used to be that the Human Relations Commission was always well attended. So I don't know what we can do in that regard, but I certainly would like to know who the candidates are. I also, I really wanted to talk last week, and I'm not going to go back on this, but to Mark Becker and then to Josh tonight. But I guess even though all the council got to speak to the assemblyman and the state senator, we weren't given that opportunity, the public. So that's it for now. And please let's see who's going to be interviewed for the HRC for the coming year. Thank you.
And thank you. And just for any member of the public who wishes to know, not only are the names, but the applications in our council packet that is available online to anyone at a moment's notice for tonight's council meeting. So on that note, would the clerk please call the roll on the motion to interview all of the, 5 applicants? Is that 6 applicants, for one open position on the Human Relations Commission?
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. So that concludes that item. The city clerk will be notifying both the applicants and the council and posting on the city website the date and time of the interviews. We should have that in the coming days determined. And so our next item is a special order. We have the honor of having joining us in person rather than remotely from Indiana, as we've had in some Zoom meetings with him, Mayor John Hamilton of our new sibling city of Bloomington, Indiana. And we're really pleased that Mayor Hamilton and a delegation of his both public and private representatives from Bloomington have been here for a couple of days and are going to be with us through tomorrow with purposes of sharing information and innovation initiatives and our climate efforts and a variety of other things. And so on that note, Mayor Hamilton, would you please join us at the mic and share whatever thoughts you have, and welcome to our chambers.
Thank you very much. I'm so glad to be here, Mayor Burt and Vice Mayor Ku and former Mayor Du Bois, and I don't know how to introduce all of you council members. John Hamilton bringing formal in-person welcome and greetings from your sibling city, Bloomington, Indiana. It is delightful to be here. We have appreciated the open door and collaboration of so many. Hearing your meeting, thinking about there's a lot in common between Bloomington and Palo Alto, from the highest level of concerns about sustainability and inclusion to street level issues of affordable housing and flooding, which I'm hearing about, and that so much in common, but also differences in how our communities are situated in the state we're in the region we're in the kind of surroundings that we have, both political, geographic, civic, and such. And so we really appreciate the chance to get to know each other. I want to thank Vicki Venker, Sibling Cities, Andy Reid, who you may hear from too locally here, who are helping so much in making this happen. We have already exchanged delegations. You may know the Rotarians have visited. We have a plan to come back in November. And the culture and commerce interactions are beginning in earnest in interesting ways, from students to tree canopy experts to university conversations, et cetera. And it's rich, it's important, it's fun. Life is difficult sometimes in the public sector, but we really enjoy the chance to share and learn. I thank you again. We welcome you anytime you want to come to Bloomington, Indiana. Check with me on optimal times, maybe, if you want. But thank you so much for the warm welcome from all of you. And we look forward to, let's just say, keep our country together, knit our country together, keep reminding ourselves how much in shared stake we have in the future and things we can do together and learn from each other. So I didn't time that, but I hope it's not too long than 3 minutes. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mayor Hamilton, and thanks again for joining us here. And we look forward to reciprocating visits in the near future, and as well as meetings with you and some of your colleagues tomorrow.
My next meeting will be in front of my council for our budget, so I'm sure it's going to be a lot more question given back and forth. But good luck with all that you do. I'm happy to answer any questions or talk with you at any time, and y'all know how to reach me. But it's really nice to be in person. And we look forward to exploring how this can enhance both of our cities.
Great. And Vice Mayor Koo.
I just wanted to add, please have Andy and Vicki take you to Barron Park to visit our donkeys over there.
I was just introduced in concept, so I'm looking forward to that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again. Oh, and Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I just wanted to say hi, John. And again, like you said, it's been great to see just all this activity kind of taking off on its own. The Kiwanis in our two cities have been working on a food project, raising food for the hungry. Enschede, our other international sister city, one of our international sister cities, had a speech contest, and I understand some high schoolers from Bloomington are going to be taking a trip along with some from Palo Alto.
Yeah.
So like you said, this is not only about tying the city together, but having fun together. And we'll look forward to seeing you back in November. And I think there's another delegation coming out for our Art and Wine Festival at the end of this month.
That's correct. We can't get enough of you coming. No,
yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So we will now proceed to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. There are several that were noted in the revised agenda that is posted online, but no further ones tonight. And so our next item is public comment, where members of the public are welcome to speak on items that are not otherwise on the agenda. And so do we have any members of the public who wish to speak? And our first speaker is Andy Reid in person, to be followed by Leland Francois and Aram James. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Burt and council members. I'm Andy Reid, and I act as the coordinator for Palo Alto's first domestic sibling city, Bloomington, Indiana. In my work for Neighbors Abroad, Palo Alto's long-established nonprofit that facilitates our 8 international sister cities. I want to thank Mayor Hamilton and Ms. Martin for visiting this weekend, providing the opportunity for some of our high-tech businesses to get a chance to meet and potentially cross-pollinate. We've also established partnerships between our 2 cities, Rotary and Kiwanis clubs. Kiwanians have been Zooming over the last few months and have collaborated on a joint food drive, as Councilmember Du Bois mentioned. And Palo Alto's Rotary also made the connection, and representatives have visited Bloomington, coming back with some great ideas. Other organizations have made contact in our quest to bridge regional divides and foster national unity. Palo Alto's Canopy, our long-established urban forest advocacy group, has been in contact with Bloomington's Canopy, which is just starting out. Palo Alto Neighborhoods, also known as PAN, held a joint Zoom meeting just recently with CONA, Council of Neighborhood Associations in Bloomington, looking to create opportunities for best practices sharing. Bloomington and Palo Alto high school students each joined in an essay contest set up by one of Palo Alto's international sister cities this spring, culminating in a few lucky Californian and Indianan high school students winning cash prizes, and most exciting, a trip to Enschede, Netherlands. I'll just quickly mention that during the upcoming Festival for the Arts, Saturday, August 27th, Neighbors Abroad will be hosting an event showcasing a few of our international sisters, as in Oaxaca, Mexico, Palo, Philippines, Heidelberg, Germany, as well as Bloomington. And at 4 o'clock, the new Sister Sibling Cities sign in front of City Hall will be unveiled with the new paddle, showing that there's 1,922 miles between Palo Alto and Bloomington, Indiana. What we're finding over time as we get to know each other and share mutually beneficial ideas is that there's little else that divides us but the miles. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Leland Francois, and we're now closing speaker signups for public comment, to be followed by Aram James. Welcome.
Oh, good afternoon, Mayor and Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Leland Francois, and I come before you personally this afternoon to disclose some interesting facts regarding my pursuit of Ravenswood Garden Kits products. And I am an inventor, a business operator, and a historian. And I was somewhat reluctant about coming to the council meeting because I haven't been before the city administration for about 3 years or so. And my last appearance before the Historic Resource Board, I wanted to call their attention to Ravenswood, California. Ravenswood, of course, is a 150-year-old community that neighbors, I believe, neighbored Mayfield, et cetera, et cetera. Well, over the years, I'm from Oakland, and I followed the historic path of the United Nations corridor up to this point, and there's some interesting historic facts that's coming out that I've disclosed or are discovered regarding the United Nations and its journey from 1945 up until the present. But with reference to the folders that I've delivered to you, the products in the folders are a product of my innovation. I developed them and prototyped them and put them on the market. And everything that you see in the packet is presently being fabricated within the old Ravenswood community, or as you know, East Palo Alto. The items are being distributed from the old Ravenswood High School. And my products address, for the most part, public and social safety concerns. The UN Center for Human Settlement, I've been working with them for a number of years, and I've dedicated a product specifically to addressing residential transition problems. And the UN has issued a registration number through the Department of Procurement of 120512. So I'm pursuing that right now. And as you look through your folder, there's a whole lot of information there, and I can't disclose it within the allotted time. But if you send me an email address or send me an email, Garden Kids ORC, or even telephone my office, 650-461-0276, I can be a little bit more, let's just say, thorough in giving you the information that you need. So there's a lot to be said about East Palo Alto now and what's going on there, other than the municipal efforts and the redevelopment efforts. And I think that if history is going to serve everybody's interests, from Ravenswood throughout the entire Mid-Peninsula area, then we should keep that in mind. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate coming for you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Matt Schlegel. Welcome.
Howdy. So I know we're going to have, in all likelihood, a new chief tonight, even though I'm going to be asking you later this evening not to approve his hire. And we can talk about that at 6 o'clock. But what I do want to talk about is important areas that I hope to be able to talk with our new chief. One, I would hope that we can recruit both a male and a female African-American, maybe even laterals, like Andrew came to Palo Alto from San Jose as a lateral, in command positions in the police department. I would like also to ask Andrew Binder, and the accusation on the table is in reference to Zach Perone going back to 214. I'd also like the administration, the new administration, assuming again that it's going to be Andrew Binder as our chief, to vet and to ensure that no white nationalists are hired by the Palo Alto Police Department in the future. And I would encourage the Binder administration to determine if there are any current members of the Palo Alto Police Department that have white nationalist affiliation that would justify their immediate firing. I don't know if that's the case, but I'd like an investigation. I'd also like to see an intervention standard that allows community members to intervene if the police fail to do so when a community member is likely to die. And visualize, if you would, for a second, the incident with George Floyd. There were a tremendous amount of community members around. They were yelling at the police, they were filming them, but they were afraid to intervene. I'd like to have a policy that would justify intervention. I'd like to work with the chief and the police department to come up with something like that. I would like to end or eliminate, and I see that it's been taken off calendar tonight, any military equipment unless it's absolutely necessary. We were going to have a discussion about AB 481, but that's been continued. I'd also like to see an intervention standard for, you remember the Gustavo Alvarez matter. I know that Wayne Benitez is still pending trial, but there were 4 or 5 other officers that just stood around and watched while Mr. Alvarez was slammed into the windshield of his car. No other officers were disciplined. So I want to make sure that under Andrew Binder's administration, that would be handled very differently. Also, I'd like to have a conversation about shelving tasers. And finally, I'm going to be working with the chief and the department with the idea of banning K9 units except for search, rescue, and bomb sniffing. I hope all of this can take place in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matt Schlegel, to be followed by Saksiri Tam Feitkicher. Welcome.
Well, it finally happened. A family member who lives in Palo Alto had a catastrophic water heater failure. My family is very aware of the urgent need to stop burning fossil fuels, and they know I've decarbonized my own home, so they called me for advice. I inspected their home. They only have a 100 amp panel, so that limited options for a heat pump water heater. Upgrading the panel can take weeks, if not months, and a 110 volt heat pump water heater with sufficient capacity isn't available yet. We all agreed that we didn't want to buy a new fossil fuel water heater. We need to stop burning fossil fuels in the next 2 to 3 years to have any chance of keeping global warming below 1.5 degrees. So the last thing we wanted was to buy a new fossil fuel appliance. Then I had an idea. I called my mother-in-law, who I know has a 200 amp panel, and asked her if she'd be willing to install a heat pump water heater and use her old gas water heater to replace the failed heater. She's also aware of the urgent need to stop burning fossil fuels, and she agreed to do it. The best news is that my mother-in-law's gas water heater was the last fossil fuel appliance in her home. So now we have one more Palo Alto residence that is completely electrified. Also, on the other home, we're preparing to upgrade the capacity on the electrical panel so it's ready for an electric water heater when the gas one fails, if not sooner. I'm also grateful that my family appreciates the urgent need for us to all stop burning fossil fuels and their willingness to go the extra mile to make that happen. And I'm grateful for our city's efforts as it prepares to roll out the heat pump water heater program for all residents. As part of that program, I suggest that you consider keeping an inventory of used but still functional gas water heaters from those residents who have proactively replaced them with electric water heaters. Having these at the ready will eliminate the necessity of buying a new fossil fuel appliance for residents who have yet to upgrade their electrical panel. Again, I'm very grateful to my family, our city, and our community as we all work together to stop burning fossil fuels with the crisis level urgency called for at this critical moment in human history. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Saksiri Tanfaichitur. Excuse me if I mispronounce your last name. Welcome.
Hi, I'm here to, in response to the weed abatement tax notice that was sent recently. I apologize if this was covered between 5 and 5:20, but I couldn't make it here in time.
No, actually, if I can interrupt you a moment,
please.
That item has been re-agendized to a future date, and we'll, in just a moment, when you come, the speakers, and we'll let you know what that date and time is, or that date is.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Okay, so that concludes our public comments. City Manager, before we proceed, do you know the date that we've rescheduled the weed
Yes,
abatement?
I believe it's tentatively September 12th. Yeah, City Clerk sent me an approving nod on that one. So yes, September 12th, but notices will be sent to all applicable parties.
And within about a week and a half of that meeting, we should have an agenda up so that the public can know approximately when during our meeting that would occur. All right. On that note, our next item is the consent calendar. We have two items. Do we have first any members of the public who wish to speak to the consent calendar?
Mr. Mayor, there appeared to be no request to speak.
Thank you. And do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
And I will second. And I see no other lights. So would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Filsath,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And on that note, we're back on schedule. Our next item is City Manager comments and Mr. Shikata.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. If the ever multitasking city clerk might assist in bringing the slides up, I'd appreciate that. Terrific. Next slide, please. All right, I'd like to just provide our weekly update related to the pandemic. I mentioned this previously, but worth reinforcing that the Novavax vaccine for COVID-19 is now available through Santa Clara County, and the county's website, secfreevax.org, can be accessed to get additional information and to arrange for appointments. Also, with the upcoming beginning of the school year, would note that for statewide information, the California State Schools site, I need to get the branding right here. It's the California Safe Schools for All hub site is available and provides resources for community awareness. This is schools.covid19.ca.gov. Then turning locally, we do continue to provide resources for testing for COVID-19 at the Palo Alto Arts Center on specific dates with the County of Santa Clara, as well as ongoing kiosks available at Mitchell Park on weekdays as well as Sundays. Then finally, noting the increasing attention this week on monkeypox with national or federal declaration of a state of emergency, as well as the state of California, with particular attention on the availability and arrangements for vaccinations for individuals at risk. Next slide, please. Okay, and speaking of the beginning of the school year, that actually begins this week here in Palo Alto with Palo Alto Unified School District back in session this week on, I believe it's Wednesday and Thursday, if I get those dates correct, for varying grades throughout town. So community members should be aware. You will see more bicyclists as well as cars on the road related to the beginning of school. We do have resources available on our city website under the news heading, and would also note in particular interest for parents that our police department will be maintaining increased visibility around schools before and after schools. So remember that they're there for everyone's safety. Next slide, please. And this is something that you might want to stare at for a bit. Take a look at that cup of joe on that graphic. This is one of the Art Lift microgrants, and someone actually had to point it out to me because I didn't pick up on it. Uplift Local to Art Lift microgrants. And so as a part of our ongoing recovery opportunities for engagement with community members, this art program has and will continue to provide really unique opportunities for community members to engage in a variety of community activities. And in this particular case, artist Amber Smith and her sculpture Cup of Joe, which is being I'll say assembled, or at least gathering supplies for assembly at Hoover Park each Monday, Wednesday, and Friday throughout the month of August. So if you'll notice that Cup of Joe is actually, we'll call them K-cups, K-cup pods. And that's the concept that will be used to actually build something of an environmental message, but also a decorative one with those pods. There are also future sessions here noted here, Harriet Stern and photographer Frederica Armstrong, and a series of photo sessions. And if you would take a look at this web page, cityofpaloalto.org/artlift2022, you can see a variety of other opportunities and really intriguing activities and events that are occurring over the next several months, and really picking up on ways to engage our creative soul in the interests of community building and expression. Next slide, please. All right, then continuing on not only wellness, but health, that the city is in partnership with Palo Alto YMCA putting together a community health fair that will occur on Sunday, August 21st in the afternoon at Mitchell Park Community Center. Great opportunity for community members to hear about nonprofits and programs that are ongoing, as well as other ways to focus on health, both your own and your loved ones, with presentation, healthy food samples, and a variety of other activities open to the public. And again, this is Sunday, August 21st in the afternoon at Mitchell Park Community Center with Palo Alto YMCA. Next slide, please. Then also broadening our perspective to sustainability and climate action, picking up on one of the public comments. Ways to electrify your home is the subject of a recent article put on our Medium blog site, and providing information and resources for community members that want to learn more about electrification, what that means, and improving your footprint as a homeowner or resident here in Palo Alto. So additional information on this available on our homepage under our news, as well as you can go directly to the Medium site for a variety of articles related to city information. Next slide, please. Then just simply turning to upcoming agenda items, as the mayor pointed out, we did have a number of shifts for tonight's agenda, and looking forward to next week, we have 2 pre-screenings where the city council will not take action, but will have an opportunity to hear about applications for initial review of potential development applications. One related to 800 to 814 San Antonio Road as a condominium project, and on another related to 66 Ramona, directly across the street here from City Hall, on an office project. And then finally, the city's partnership with Life Moves on the Project Home Key site on San Antonio Road. Then 2 weeks from today, the city council will hear an update and potentially take action on the housing element, goals, policies, and programs. And then looking further out with the Labor Day holiday in between the 22nd of August and September 12th. Then on September 12th, it's a few study sessions upcoming with the Valley Water Purified Water Project, as well as additional pre-screenings, as well as re-agendized items noted here related to police department and the weed abatement, not listed here, but will be coming up on that date. Then a little further out, would note a study session with the Utilities Advisory Commission regarding fiber optic utility service and broadband service potentially available citywide, as well as an update on your sustainability and climate action plan. And I believe that covers the update for this week. Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll move on to our first action item. Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Koo.
Just a quick question. City Manager, is it 66 Ramona or 616 Ramona?
Good question. You know better than I do. So is it, I'm sorry, could you repeat that
I think
address?
it's 616.
616. Thank you. My apologies for that typo.
Good eye. Okay, we'll now move on to our first action item, number 5 on the agenda, which is approval of appointment and employment agreement with Andrew Binder as Chief of Police.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'll ask not sure how to refer to you. Just call you Chief Binder, which is applied as always with assistants and command level staff in the Department of the Police, as well as in the Fire Department. But that said, really pleasure this evening for me to bring forward Chief Binder for confirmation. This is a role specified for my role as the city manager, in in bringing forward for council approval selections of department heads, and certainly no department with greater community interest than the police department. So really in recognition of that ongoing community interest that it has been that filling the position for the chief of police has been a very high priority for myself and from both my office and the human resources department that has really focused on the effort to this point. I would very proudly say that we completed an extensive process and conducted a competitive open recruitment that actually generated nationwide interest. So let me just, if I could, provide a brief overview of that process, and then I will ask Chief Bender to address the council. First off, that the selection process did start off with a variety of means of community input being invited, both through live listening sessions as well as through invitations for community members to provide input online, as well as to contact me and others in my office directly. Through that process, we then issued a brochure and announcement of the availability of this position being open, and then proceeded through a screening process involving both our consultant as well as our human resources staff. We then proceeded through a panel interview with, I would consider it a really blue ribbon group of individuals that represent both community interest as well as professional perspectives, very important to the role of chief of police and to the police department here in Palo Alto, and conducted a number of final interviews with top candidates. I would note that we had a very competitive, very impressive and diverse pool of candidates that were interviewed and that ultimately resulted in the both the panel and certainly myself agreeing that Chief Bender really brought the best combination of qualifications as well as the demonstrated dedication and caring for this Palo Alto community that is really essential to success, clearly in this position, but really all of our leadership positions here in Palo Alto. So before I turn the microphone over to Chief Bender, I would like to express my appreciation to everyone that has been involved in providing input as well as assisting in this very important process. Certainly the panel members that spent their own time and extensive time with us, but all the community members that assisted in providing input to the description of the key characteristics and have expressed interest in continuing their engagement with the police department. So with that, let me ask Chief Bender to provide some comments to the City Council and then turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Let me just start with telling you what a pleasure it is to be here and what an honor it is to be selected by the city manager to be the chief of police. Ed probably doesn't remember this, but my second day here back in 2015, I stepped into the elevator and Ed was in there and I was surprised to see him. I said, good morning, Mr. Shikata. And he says, hey, Andrew, how are you? And ever since then, and the city manager and I had known each other from San Jose. And ever since then, you've always supported me and I've been very grateful. You know, it's been a rough couple of years and the world has kind of turned upside down. And one thing that I'm really proud of is the men and women of public safety, to include police, fire, and our OES people who 24/7, 365 have answered that call when this community has needed them most. And the opportunity to lead that group within the police department is really a dream come true. And it's really a great opportunity that I look forward to. And I will tell you, I believe wholeheartedly that the future is bright. future is bright for this city, the future is bright for our community, and the future is bright for this police department. And council, you've been on the forefront of that starting back last year, helping us rebuild this police department, supporting us in our endeavors, community engagement. I'm very grateful for that, and I look forward to working with you in the future. You know, one of the things that I've shared with our department members is why, why Chief of Palo Alto? Why here? And I will tell you, I deeply care about the people in the police department, and I deeply care about the people in this community. And I'm really looking forward to the work, not only that I've been doing for the last year, but the work that lays ahead of us. And there is work to do. And, just to kind of give you guys a glimpse of what the future holds, we have recruiting, hiring, and retention is going to be one of our big priorities, and also community engagement. And it was really great last month to get out at the open house in MSC. And if you had the opportunity last Tuesday to come out in front for our National Night Out block party, I've shared with a lot of people that the police department is ready to reconnect with our community post-pandemic and other issues. And I know our community is. And it's been really exciting to get the opportunity last Tuesday to go around to different parts of the city and just talk with our residents and let them know that we're here for you and we want to be here and we want that relationship. And that's one of the things that I'll continue to bring to this police department, is connecting with our community. And with that, I look forward to our continued partnership as well. Thank you.
That back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So before coming to the council, I'd like to open this up to members of the public who would like to speak on this item. And I think we have some speakers in the audience. Yes. Our first speaker is Winter Dellenbach, to be followed by Annette Glankoff. Welcome.
Yes, I was on the June 23rd committee. Sounds like something in front of Congress. That was interviewed the candidates. And I thought that this process, I took it really seriously, and everybody else that was that performed this task did too. I consider this a major hire of consequence. I was almost haunted by the responsibility of this. So I wanted you to know that. I am here to recommend that you approve Acting Chief Binder as the chief. I do this in no small part because of the well-designed hiring process in which gender, ethnicity, and race diversity were well represented and critical to a good outcome that would be worthy of the public trust. I want to commend the HR folks involved, especially Nick Reich, I hope I'm pronouncing his name right, and our city manager, Ed Shikata, and his staff for their excellent work on this. It would have not, I don't think it would have been successful without them going full bore into making it what it was. As to Andrew Binder, he wants the PAPD to reflect Palo Alto community values, and so do I, to protect and to serve all equitably. This may be aspirational, but it's worthy of our support, and with time, it may reflect more in reality. He clearly is a smart, strong leader. I believe him to be a principled leader. He is committed to supporting our police policy and accountability reforms. Some of you, all of you, maybe passed since 2020. And he's willing to consider more as needed to increase equity. I know he is willing to listen to informed, reasonable concerns and then to act on them, a critical attribute for an effective leader. I believe Andrew Binder will do his best to be the chief Palo Alto now needs post-2020. We know all what happened in this country post-2020 and our raised consciousness as it should have and needed to be raised. I think he should have the job, and I hope you do too.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Annette Glankoff, to be followed by Aram James. Welcome.
Thank you. And good evening, Mayor Burt and council members. It's been a while since I've been here. But I would like to add my voice in support of the appointment of Assistant Police Chief Andrew Binder as police chief. I was also honored to be a member of the selection committee. And all I can say is Winter said it perfectly. So I would almost sit down and let her remarks just be mine. I know there were critics of the process and candidates, et cetera, but I would also like to echo what our city manager said and Winter said. The city did an exceptional job of organizing and managing the selection process, as well as selecting a diverse selection committee. The search was nationwide and produced some very distinguished and competitive candidates. However, Assistant Police Chief Binder really shone during the interview process, at least in my mind, and I think everyone else's. I believe if there is an ideal police chief candidate, he is the one to be picked. I was impressed with his passion for public service and policing. He is totally committed to Palo Alto and the job with energy, knowledge, leadership, and as Winter said earlier, incredible integrity. Additionally, he is very responsive to the community and is always willing to listen and talk through issues. As we know, is in the past, Assistant Chief Binder, and in this era of unprecedented law enforcement, in his words, he was the designated face of the city for the city's race and equity initiatives and efforts. And he sat very carefully through the Human Relations Commission and was grilled, listening and answering questions during the department's controversy, and he did the heavy lifting admirably. He is committed to the 7 pillars of 21st century policing, which also is community-based, through professional, equitably policing and community partnership. In conclusion, I think he's off to an absolute fabulous start by ending the encryption of radios. And so that's just a wonderful thing to start with. So I'm confident the city manager, Shikata, made the best decision, and I'm enthusiastic about tonight's official decision to appoint Andrew Binder as our next police chief.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by our final speaker, Hamilton Hitchings. Welcome.
I just want to let you know that I called the same time that I just found out that Andrew was possibly going to be our next police chief, and congratulated him. And I probably gave him one of the more unusual messages on a voicemail that he'd received in a very long time. I had a direct conversation with him and thanked him very much for the reversal of the encryption issue. And I'm very happy that the press and the community will be able to listen come September 1 into radio transmissions. It furthers our First Amendment interests. Because of Ed Shikata's behavior, though, I've asked, and I've told I told this to Andrew, and he understands this, and he said, "You go ahead and do what you need to do, Aram." And he was saying that in all honesty. I've probably met with Andrew more than anybody on the city council. I've sat down with him many times to discuss police practices issues. I have a high level of respect for him. On the other hand, Ed Shikata hung out the possibility during the listening sessions that he described that we were going to have a transparent process. And let me just say this, a blue ribbon commission, one that meets behind closed doors, all of who signed confidentiality agreements not to discuss what took place during the hiring, is not the same as having members of the press and the community and the city council be able to question in open session the 3 finalists. That would have been transparency. Here, the way this process went, the chief's selection has been tainted, not by me, not by the council, but by Ed Shikata's failure to make this a transparent process. It's simply not a blue ribbon commission, the substitute for the right of people, as an example, who've been abused and who under the prior administration of prior chiefs were subject to discriminatory policing, not to be able to ask the 3 finalists questions about what their vision is for law enforcement, and not only their vision for leadership, but training. I happen to know Andrew is a man of integrity. Unfortunately, the same does not apply to Ed Shikata. I look forward to working with Andrew on all the issues that I discussed earlier tonight during our communication and others if he's approved. But I'm going to ask you not to approve his hiring tonight, but to order Ed Shikata, you're his boss, city council members, to bring the 3 finalists before us and let the citizens, not a blue ribbon commission, ask all the questions that we need to ask and then make a final decision who should be our next police chief. Please, city council, don't just roll over to Ed Shikata. Bring back the process. Let's make it a truly community transparent process for hiring. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hamilton Hitchings, who is our final speaker on this item. Welcome.
Hi. In the last 4 years, a number of police chief positions have become available in Santa Clara and San Mateo County. All of the Santa Clara County and most of the San Mateo positions were ultimately filled with internal promotions. This is because it's very hard to hire highly qualified candidates that can do a better job than the best internal candidate. For our city search, I was fortunate to be one of the many interviewers of the top candidates resulting from this nationwide search. Just to follow up on Aram James and other possible critics of this process, the reason it's confidential is because a lot of these people are employed at other police departments and have not told their bosses they are searching and do not want this to be public information. So the idea that the 3 candidates can come and speak publicly and answer questions just isn't isn't realistic, and was done as much on behalf of the applicants as it. So it's unfair to criticize Ed for that. I'm going to make a few more comments on the process. It's one thing to talk theoretically about an ideal police department and its imaginary police leaders. But the reality of what happens in other departments, both in the Bay Area and across the country, is not as rosy. We were comparing real candidates with real records. How effective were they at making lasting reforms? Did they have an avoidable incident where a police officer under their watch shot and killed someone unnecessarily? Even simple things like, did the candidate prepare for a full day of interviews and take the time to understand Palo Alto? Of all the candidates, I felt the one selected by the city manager, Andrew Binder, was clearly the most qualified candidate. According to the feedback from the 16 interviewers, Chief Bender was clearly the top candidate by a wide majority. Chief Bender brings a remarkable combination of professionalism, integrity, capability, work ethics, experience, commitment, and caring to the job and the community. He has been the primary driver of extensive, lasting reforms and improvements to the department over the last few years. He embodies Bay Area values. It should be noted that many officers within the department who did not embody these values have left the department in the last several years. Chief Binder just announced the unencrypting of the police radio traffic as part of his efforts to keep the department open and transparent and responsive to community input. We are fortunate to have such an outstanding professional heading our police department, and this promotion is well deserved. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes our public comments. We will now return to the council. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and welcome, Acting Chief Binder. Congratulations on the appointment. Few questions. First will be for the city manager, but first I want to just thank the city manager for agendizing this as an action item. I understand that is not within our normal practice to do, but I do think there is no other position that the city manager appoints within the community that is more important or critical than this position of police chief. And we've seen over the last couple of years the importance of good, honest policing and so I appreciate that. I do think the process was appropriate. I think being able to have this as an action item to be able to question the acting chief before taking that vote is the right step. And you know, I understand that HR kind of specialists did provide some good advice at the beginning of the process to explain that the chilling effect that might happen if we brought finalists in a public setting. And yeah, I agree with that. I myself have been in a position where I've applied for jobs where if I knew that was going to become public and my current employer would know, I would never have applied. And I think we would have lost very good candidates in the process. And so if we're truly dedicated to ensuring that we are hiring the best possible people, having a process that's going to allow those candidates to apply is the right move. And I think everyone knows where I stand on issues of transparency, especially in areas of policing. I think this process was not only transparent, but was the proper process to do so. Commend the city manager on that. I thank you. So quick question though, for the city manager. I'm just wondering, you described, you said diversity within your description of the candidates that we had. Can you describe the applicant pool and in particular, the demographics of, especially of our finalist candidates?
Well, actually, I think it would be inappropriate for me to be terribly specific, but I would certainly state that we had both gender and ethnic diversity, as well as, quite frankly, a diversity of backgrounds in terms of the types of agencies that they have been. And I think it was noted by our speakers, diversity of the experiences that they demonstrated in coming to the potential role as the chief of police in Palo Alto.
Great, I appreciate that. Thank you. And then I'll turn to Acting Chief Binder for a few questions. So first want to thank you for your decision on ending police encryption. I think you made the absolute right decision. I think that speaks a lot to your leadership and fearlessness in this position. And I know that was likely a big risk for you. And I think you did the right decision, and that speaks volumes for somebody, especially in your position, to be willing to step out there in such a public way to make that decision. So I thank you for that. As you're probably aware, SB 1000 right now, Senator Becker's bill is facing some mighty opposition with regards to the issue of costs. A lot of departments are raising this issue and concern about costs of ending police encryption. Can you talk about, from the Palo Alto perspective, what costs are anticipated with ending encryption?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for the kind words. And the encryption topic was, I wanted this community to be able to have real-time access to what we were doing. That was really important to me, and I'm really proud of that. In regards to costs, they were not significant. Mostly personnel power to make sure that we could do it, to come up with a plan that we could do it, to make sure all our T's were crossed and I's were dotted. That includes drafting policy, talking to our represented groups, ensuring that people knew what we were doing, were aware of it. And, there were three pillars, and I spoke to the first one before, and that was officer safety. We wanted to ensure that we had that. The second was we wanted to make sure that we could communicate with our regional partners, and then we wanted to protect that information. So it wasn't a significant cost, but I will say that I want to recognize that that was Palo Alto's story. And because of the really impressive, fantastic system that SVRA put in years ago, because we had the equipment and because the department had the foresight to not get rid of our unencrypted channel, it really eased the amount of money that we had to spend to get to this point. And recognizing that Palo Alto may be unique amongst other agencies that may have other obstacles to go through.
Great, thank you. And so what are your, kind of continuing on with transparency issue, what are your thoughts on the current practice of having supervisors answer questions by members of the press rather than the officer involved in the case themselves? And if I am misrepresenting that policy, please feel free to correct. That's my understanding.
So let me see if I can answer that. I think I know where you're going. And back in 2020, when we had the budget cuts, we had to get rid of Janine De La Vega, who was a really important component of our communication with our community and within the department. And we had to make do with what we had, but it was still important that we communicate with our community. And so we took the personnel that we had in the building and we created a plan. And what's important to us, and what I believe is important to our media, is that the information that they get is accurate. And we try to do it in a manner that is as timely as possible. And we do keep track of our responses to media. I think we do a really good job. I will say that our engagement and our communication with the media is something that's important to me, and I do meet with them. And if there's opportunities for us to do better, I'm open to that. But we're still growing and we're still rebuilding in the police department. And it's a balance between having supervisors out in the field, supervising our people in a very difficult job, and getting our media the information that they need that's accurate and timely. And that's a balance that we'll continue to do as capacity allows.
But you don't envision if a member of the press reaches out with a question to a particular officer, that officer would not be precluded from speaking with the press?
So we in the past, I know this has been brought up, we had a PIO team, a press information officer team. We don't have that, but our members of the media know that they can submit a form online that goes to our watch commanders, and our watch commanders are very responsive, because we want to be able to make sure that we have accountability when our media needs to get questions answered on cases. And this is the best way that we can do it at this point.
Okay, so an officer cannot respond directly to a member of the press if being asked a question?
So I think I really think it depends on the context. If someone from the daily or the weekly is out at a crime scene and an officer is out there, or we have a supervisor, we can certainly facilitate questions or get them answers that they want. But for media inquiries that need to come into the department for stories or incidents that they've maybe read off our press log or off our calls for service map, we do have a single point of contact, which is our watch commanders, to get that information. Because again, we want the information to be accurate, and that involves doing some research, learning about the case, getting all the details. And the officer that's out on the street isn't always going to have those answers. They're not going to have the totality of the circumstances. There's certainly no expectation that, Officer A is contacted and then they go back to the police department and do research to get the media the accurate answers that they need. That's what we have that's why we designated our watch commanders to do that.
And if I could just add that that's not unique to the police department. That's certainly our practice citywide, because as Chief Bender noted, we do want to ensure that the information that we provide is what the requester is looking for, and has the context of whatever a frontline staff person might not be aware of. So I think it is part of our responsibility in ensuring that we're providing timely and accurate information.
Yeah, no, I understood. I'll move on to timing, but maybe something to be able to. I understand you have these conversations with the press. Nice to be able to kind of have additional communication to see, is this a policy that's working not only for the department but also for their purposes as well. I know, Mr. Mayor, the time just started.
You're at about 10 minutes.
Oh, wow. It went that. Wow.
Time flies.
It does when you're having a good conversation. Can I ask one more question?
Okay, one quick one.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, my colleagues then. Because this is just really just a softball question. What, Acting Chief Binder, what will the police department's leadership look like now under your command, and how might it be different under a Chief Binder? Because I think over the last several years, there have been several high-profile incidents within the police department that have brought some negative attention, not only to the city, but also to the police department, from civil rights lawsuits to internal employment issues. The city's been hit by several large lawsuits. So how do you envision being able to address some of those cultural issues within the department that may have caused some of these incidents, and just kind of in a broader sense as well? How do you envision kind of the department now under your leadership?
That's a good question. You know, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm really proud of the women and men in our public safety and our police department. They do a really hard job through lots of challenges, especially over the last year. And I'm proud of the work they do. But we don't always get it right. And I'm the first willing to admit that. And one of the things that I'm really proud of is we have a track record. I think that as proven by the encryption thing is we're always looking to better ourselves or to improve or to serve in a way, that we can better serve our community. For me, it really comes down to two things. Our mission statement, to proudly serve and protect the public with respect and integrity, making sure that's known, and our core values, integrity, trust, teamwork, fairness and impartiality, positive attitude. And one of the things I shared at my panel was, who I am at home and my core values are the same. They're synonymous with the core values of the department. And so when I come to work, the only thing I have to change is my clothes. I don't change who I am. I put the uniform on and my core values are the same. And, accountability starts with me. I recognize that as the leader of this department. The city manager is going to hold me accountable. Council is going to hold me accountable. This community is going to hold me accountable. I'm not afraid of that. I'm up for that challenge. I know my integrity and my character. And, I look forward to the challenges that we're going to continue to have. I mean, we're in a people business and a really hard job, but just communicating those things.
Great. Thank you, Acting Chief Binder. I've really enjoyed the conversations that we have had over the last year, and trust. I've been calling you Acting Chief because we're in the process of confirming your your nomination. I look forward to calling you Chief, and I will be supporting your nomination tonight. I hope my colleagues will as well. I appreciate your service to this community, and really excited to see what you're going to be able to do for our police department and our community over the coming years. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Vice Mayor Koo.
Good evening. So I'm really glad to see you here tonight. I will be supporting this appointment of you becoming chief. I do want to say that I feel very comfortable knowing that the vetting process has gone forward with the community, and that, when we have longtime community members, Winter, Annette, Hamilton, Erica, all be involved in the interview process. I feel very comfortable knowing that, and that they have asked the correct questions, and know that you are a good fit for this community. But most impressive, I don't know everybody on this list, but I do follow Chris. He's the chief of Mountain View.
Chief Shung.
Shung, right. And, he has the community engagement, community policing that you seem to have. And I do notice that you're very proactive ever since I've met you more formally, since mostly in 2020, when you are bigger than life in terms of leading with the equity and race matters. So it was very impressive that you dived in and you went ahead and took it to the next stage without waiting. The 8 can't wait changes that's incorporated into the police manual. And then also having worked with you and heard you through our ad hoc committee with the police policy manual, hiring, and the data. So that was very impressive, but also with the encryption. Knowing how the community feels, hearing the community, I think that's so important when you just sit back and listen to what the community is saying, and then knowing the right thing to do at the right time, and not just sitting back. So that has impressed me. I do want to add that please continue with the community engagement and emphasize that throughout the department. I do know that a lot of your colleagues, your employees now, they actually do respect you a lot, knowing that you have worked with them, alongside them, patrolled with them. So I have in my ride-alongs spoken with them, and they do give you a lot of respect and do support you for chief. So that is already positive. So I do want to thank you for choosing Palo Alto and continuing here. I look forward to our vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
And Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. I'm going to begin my comments with the city manager. I want to say that this process is untainted. I want to say that I consider you a person of the highest integrity. I think we've come to the right conclusion. We could have come here many ways, and it was your choice that meant that we got here. That took time and dedication. And I just want to be 100% clear that I personally will not tolerate anyone impugning your integrity. All right. Chief Bender. I want to follow up on what the Vice Mayor was saying, because I remember those fraught months when we were on Zoom and we were reading through the policy manual, and a number of us had a lot of questions because we really, none of us had, based on our questions, a ton of information about, what kinds of ammunition were used, et cetera. And what the Vice Mayor just said is true. You heard me, you heard my colleagues, you heard the questions, you remembered them, you would come back the next time. And it was not a perfunctory or pro forma work in any way, shape, or form. So you have already demonstrated your dedication, to making this a better place, to making the department, the department that we all know that it can be. There is work to be done, and I know that you are the right person to do that, having been working with you, for the past couple of years at this level of detail. On a personal note, you've super thoughtfully handled a neighbor's concern, and again, never in a perfunctory or manner. So I have every confidence that when something terrible happens in this community, that you and your department will be there and you will be able to help people. And that if something goes wrong, you will take the responsibility and accountability we discussed. Another member of the public talked about professionalism, work ethic, honesty, caring. I couldn't write fast enough to keep it all down, but I think that describes both of you this evening and the results of this process. So with that, I look forward to confirming this appointment tonight.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, Chief Bender, I've gotten to know you a bit over the last couple of years, and similar to what everybody else has said, I really appreciate your approach to the police force, to the council, to the community. So congrats on a well-earned promotion. I have to say, you look way too young to have 18 years of experience, so it must be clean living. And, while we're here, I think partially to celebrate your appointment tonight, there is a seriousness to this. Is a huge responsibility and a critical role for our community. And I think you've already demonstrated a real aptitude at working with the community. I think, the move on police encryption was a great way to start. It's always good to start with a win. And I think you did that. And the other thing I would add is I hope you'll build up some relationships with our local press, actually take their phone calls occasionally, and just be accessible to them and to the community. So I really wish you success, and I hope you'll be our chief for a long time. And personally, if I can do anything to help support you, please reach out. So congrats.
Council member, if you think I look young now, 25 years ago, I looked like I was 12. So yeah. I just shaved the grays off now.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, well, thank you for being willing to step up. Really, really appreciate your service. I heard a lot of great things during this meeting about your service, so that's really appreciated. So I guess one thing I wanted to just clarify is I hear like when our police officers or firefighters interview at other cities, they notify us. And I guess I'm just trying to understand how do people apply to this role, and don't they have to do the same thing in terms of notifying their organization? I don't know if this is a question for you or maybe for the Molly or the.
if I might respond to that, Councilmember Tanaka, I think actually what you're referring to is our employees need to notify us when they start a background check. That is compulsory and a normal part of a process for hiring of a sworn officer. But in the case of a chief of police, would not occur until really the last steps of a hiring process.
Okay. Yeah, so I know that other cities do different things. I know like Santa Clara, they elect their chief directly. And there's kind of a variety of methods that people use. I was curious to know kind of what our community members thought. And I asked, I ran a poll on Nextdoor, and it wasn't a huge poll, but we did get some input. So 41% of the public wanted the process to be public. And I understand the reasons why it wasn't. Although it sounds like eventually they do have to notify their employer because of the background checks. And then 26% of the residents wanted to do it the way we did it. Oh, sorry, wanted it to be a resident election, direct resident election, kind of like Santa Clara. And I think, let's see, 32% wanted to do it the way we did it. Now, of course, our city charter is what it is, so it's not like they had a choice, but that was kind of the input I got. And let me just share my screen real quick. I want to ask a few questions here. So let me see if I can bring this up. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen this chart here or similar charts, but what it shows here is the crime rate per 100,000 people. It shows the crime rate of the United States, California, and Palo Alto. And it's a property crime rate. And what you'll see is that until about 2014 or so, it kind of, we're doing pretty good in general. And as you look at the later years, it starts to go quite a bit. And this chart's not the greatest because it doesn't show the other cities, but I looked at what were some of the neighboring cities like Los Altos, Cupertino, Sunnyvale, Menlo Park, Stanford, Redwood City, Union City, Mountain View. And they all had lower rates than we did. And so I was just wondering if maybe it's a regional issue. Maybe we're just getting a lot in the area and not just Palo Alto. And given your experience, right? And if you were appointed as chief, what do you think we should be doing about this? How do we solve this problem? Because I heard a lot of office hours, and I've talked to so many people who got their Cadillac converter stolen, some people who got their garage broken into, their bike stolen, and it's like this like steady pounding of. I don't know if you were involved on that condo complex on San Antonio, but they were being broken into almost every week. And so, a lot of people move to our city because they want to feel safe. And with these property crimes that are kind of rising, especially in relation to, like 8 other nearby cities, what do you think? Let's say you're appointed chief tonight. What are you going to do about it? What do you think we should do about it?
I might perhaps just preface for Chief Bender and also both the Councilmember Tanaka and the public. First off, this graph actually doesn't quite look correct to me. And again, I wouldn't be able to confirm or not the accuracy of the statistics here, because there are trends that quite frankly maybe a little different here in your graphic than our experience. I would also note that the data ends pre-pandemic, and we would certainly expect there to have been some variations in what's happening. Also, just the level of aggregation, recognizing that, again, in one case, you've got Palo Alto specific versus statewide or nationwide statistics. That said, Chief Bender, maybe a bit of a disadvantage just in even being able to see the graphic.
Yeah, just to clarify, we actually went to other cities' website to compare just to check. And we actually looked at this graph doesn't show it, but we actually had 2022 data as well. So it was kind of like the latest. And so if you guys want to, you guys could do the same. So the cities that looked like they had a better property crime rate than Palo Alto was Los Altos, Cupertino, Sunnyvale, Menlo Park, Stanford, Redwood City, Union City, and Mountain View. Those are the cities kind of nearby that had better property crime rates.
So I know someone's going to fact check me here. I believe when we reported in front of you back in April that our property crimes were the lowest in 3 years, and they had been trending downward. That's not to say that's not important. And we know that crime is cyclical, but we also know that even being a victim of any crime is very intrusive, and it's very hard for those of us residents and those of us in our community that are victims of these property crimes. It's the number one issue in Palo Alto. It's something that we're well aware of. This goes back to the support that this council had given us starting last fall with rebuilding back our police department and rebuilding that cadre in our detective bureau, having those specialized teams like our special problems detail, having extra officers out there in the black and white marked police car, being a high visible presence, having the cadre of officers to be able to use the data that we have and to target these areas where we know that these are happening. I'm really proud of the work that we're doing. Our officers do a really, really good job through various techniques to be force multipliers to address our property crimes. Our detective bureau, even though it's a small number, do a really good, amazing job networking with our regional partners, because we know that the property crimes that we experience here in Palo Alto are a regional issue. And so working with those other agencies, working with task force, we're going to continue to do that. And as I get the ability as we continue to hire and put officers out on the street, we're going to continue to address these in multiple ways.
Okay. I know I'm out of time, but I have a few more questions. I don't know if the mayor would let me continue.
If you can be brief.
Okay. So another question for you, which is, so we have a lot of laws on the books, as you probably know, but not all the laws we enforce. And I guess, what's your thoughts on that? There's of course, we have certain manpower limits, but sometimes we choose not to because it's politically difficult to enforce those laws, even though they are the current laws of the city. What's your feeling on this in terms of how do you feel about enforcing laws that maybe aren't politically popular but are still laws?
Yeah, I mean, laws are important, and they provide our officers a framework and direction to take enforcement action. But we know that this community is very unique. And one of the things that I feel very strongly about is that arrest isn't always the answer. Writing a citation is not always the answer. And we've had these discussions with our unhoused and some of our issues downtown and throughout the city. And I'm really proud of the service-led approach that our officers take. That doesn't always mean that you just arrest someone, because we know that we're not going to arrest our way out of a lot of these social issues that need a much bigger, broader kind of helping hand and partnership. And this is where the PERT team really comes into play. Is, we can take someone that's unhoused in downtown and maybe we can write them a citation for a Muni Code violation. But our approach is we want to be long-term problem solvers. And so why not get the PERT out there to connect them with services, to get them the help that they need? Because we know that citation is not going to do anything to solve that problem. And so one of the things that I encourage my officers to do is to be critical thinkers and problem solvers for long-term, because we don't want to keep going back to the same problem. There are times when an arrest is appropriate. We give our officers that latitude to make that arrest, to use that discretion. That's why they go through a police academy. That's why they have the training that we do. But I will tell you, I don't believe that just because a law is on a book, that it means that in every situation we need to enforce it.
Sorry, can you talk a bit about the recent incident at the 1100 block of Ramona Street, where I think there was a suspected trespasser. I don't know, are you familiar with this one?
Councilmember Tnakadu, I'm not sure that this level of detail is really appropriate.
Okay, well, I disagree. But are you familiar with this?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Okay, I'll move on. A few quick HR questions. How much was the salary of the last chief?
I don't have that information handy, but it is available online.
Okay, seems like a very pertinent question to be when we're trying to approve the contract tonight. Okay, second question on this HR. That's my last question tonight. Is I noticed the contract has it for 200 hours of vacation, and that's a lot. That's a lot of vacation. How much did the last chief get?
Once again, I don't have the document in front of me, but it is available.
Okay, so I would say that at least for me, I know my colleagues may be different, but when I am going to be putting in contracts, I kind of want to know comparisons, especially what the last chief made, which is kind of pertinent, and to tell me to go look it up, I think is not appropriate. So I don't appreciate that. Thank you.
Everybody that serves the public has responsibilities of one kind or another, but the men and women in this department have a responsibility that's in some ways different from not only everybody else in the city, but most other people in society. And so the person that leads that department bears an even greater responsibility because, you're responsible for everything, right? So I want to thank Chief Bender for stepping up and accepting that responsibility on behalf of all of us in the community. And I also want to thank the city manager's team and the stakeholder group that also carry some responsibility in this process because it's a very, very important choice to the community. So I appreciate your hard work and effort on this one. Thank you very much.
And I'll just wade in with a few comments and one question. So first, I really want to point out that over the last 2 years, Chief Bender has been at the forefront of a whole series of very difficult transformations and reforms in the police department. And I think we really haven't probably done a good enough job of presenting them comprehensively. We've all been notified as they've gone forward. Some of my colleagues have talked about the incorporation of the 8 can't wait principles and updates to our police policy manual. Related to that, a number of measures on increases in accountability, including the expansion of the role of the independent police auditor and then the follow-ups to that, the efforts on diversity, race, and equity that the Chief Bender has been at the forefront on in dealing with our Human Relations Commission and the community. And then additional transparency, as we've noted tonight, this really a leading program to substitute for the encryption requirements that we were struggling with. I also want to note that we really have had a very significant turnover in a number of officers, in part because we brought in new officers who have been brought on board with the values that we have adopted and the programs and the policies we've adopted over the last 2 years. And really bringing them into a culture that is, to a great degree, one that Chief Bender has been leading on. And accomplishing these reforms in a police department is not an easy task. And it's not a task that is typically done successfully by simply autocratic mandates. And Chief Bender has led these reforms and led the department personnel into buying in to changes that many police departments have struggled to implement. It's not easy getting a law enforcement agency all the way down through the unions and the grassroots to accept changes that they might have been reluctant to make, that they didn't understand why they were, in many cases, feeling under attack over the last couple of years, and yet to have them buy into the necessity and the importance and the value of this whole set of reforms, I think is a very significant accomplishment, both for the chief and for the department as a whole. And I want to commend the rank and file of the department and the leadership of the department for this whole set of reforms. And I want to mention too that even in from the standpoint of our ability to have the staffing to be able to respond to unhoused issues, to property crime issues, in 2020 we had very severe cuts to our staffing in the police department. And we have made 2 steps in restoration, but right now we have restored these positions, and we're in the process of bringing new cadets through the academy and onto the force to complete our restaffing of our force. But we only right now have I been able to identify the funds to do that for the next 2 years. And we stuck our necks out because we believe this was critical to have our police department return to full staffing. And we're going to have an opportunity to look at our business license tax, which is the primary mechanism by which we would be able to continue the staffing ongoing, and that'll be on our next item. But lastly, I just want to ask Chief Bender to speak a little bit. You alluded to the PERT program. We also have the trust program and a third program. And collectively, these programs that complement traditional policing and work with our police department and our extensions of the police department, but are not necessarily ones that will result in arrest, but instead other outreach programs to help people who are in need. This is a really set of programs at the forefront along the lines of what the council has been very interested in pursuing and the community has, but we really haven't talked about them as a package. Could you speak briefly about how those programs fit with your efforts in your department, and just give us a little more insight on that?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. You know, the part of the conversations we had back in 2020, if you remember, was how do we lessen that footprint of law enforcement in society and in serving their community through public safety service? And one of the things we recognize is sometimes there are better tools than just sending a police officer to solve a problem. This goes to the arrest question, the how do we comprehensively address the issues within this community. And I've shared before that one of the things I'm really proud of, I've been a fan for years, is when I completed my capstone project for my master's program, I wrote it on mental health co-response. And so I've been a big fan of this. It's the future. And, you know, we were lucky enough due to the wisdom and foresight of Chief Burns back in 2015, who put Palo Alto's name at the top of the list with behavioral health services to get that behavioral health clinician. So that way, when the funding came and the program was ready for launch, Palo Alto was first in line. And we are, and we've had tremendous success. Special thanks to behavioral health services for the clinician that rides with our officers 4 days a week, 10 hours a day, and not only handles acute mental health issues, but is also our primary contact for our unhoused. And the success, I can't wait till I get the opportunity to sit in front of you and talk with you guys. And it really is this new approach as how do we better serve those than just locking them up and throwing away the key? That's not the approach that I want to take as chief, because I want our public safety, our police services to go to when our residents need them for some of our serious crimes and those issues. So I'm really excited about it. And I just want to say one more thing, Mr. Mayor, because I know we're running short on time. I just want to echo your sentiments and your words for the women and men of the Palo Alto Police Department. You know, they come to work, they want to provide exceptional public safety service. They do a really great jobs. Sometimes that gets, overlooked by headlines. I'm really proud of them. And that's our police officers, our dispatchers, our records clerks, our technical services director. It's everyone from the top to the bottom. And it's a department that you can be proud of. So thank you for recognizing them and their work over the last couple of years as well.
Thank you. And on that note, I would like to move the council approve the appointment of Andrew Bender as
Second.
Chief of Police and his employment agreement in Attachment A.
Second that.
And Councilmember Du Bois is second. I've already spoken, Councilmember Du Bois,
Yep, that's spoken as well.
and I see no more lights. So on
Mr.
that-
Mayor, if I might,
Excuse me.
just
Yes.
one follow-up, if I might, just in response to Councilmember Tanaka's questions. It's always great to have crack staff here. The former chief's salary was $298,355, including post pay, and the vacation hours were also 200 hour accrual rate. Thank you.
Thank you. And on that note, would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. So before proceeding to our next item, which is the discussion of the ballot measures, we'll take a break until 7:15. And our next item is adoption of resolutions. First, placing a business tax on the November 2022 ballot. And second, placing a measure affirming a natural gas utility transfer on the November 2022 ballot. And third, establishing advisory spending guidelines for the business tax proceeds. And would staff like to take off?
Hi, Christine Paras, Assistant Director of ASD. We have a short presentation this evening for you all. Once we're done with our presentation, we'll turn to the ad hoc committee to provide updates and comments of things that happened this week regarding this item. Oh, do you have the slides? Sorry. We're returning to council tonight with the business tax measure and the measure to affirm the natural gas transfer. Last Monday, the city council directed staff to return tonight with final documents to place these measures on the November 2022 ballot. They're included in the staff report. If I can have slide 2, please. The ad hoc committee met on August 3rd and 4th and recommends a $1 million cap per business. And documents for this alternative structure can be found in attachment B. The city received proposals from the business representatives on August 3rd and 4th. Attachment B includes the administrative adjustments that are requested by the business representatives that staff agrees are reasonable and appropriate. We also received a proposal measure from the business representatives late last Thursday afternoon, and those details are found on slide 5. I also want to note a correction to the staff report, packet page 188. We've noted that the proposal from the business representatives would generate an estimated $5 million in revenue. The correct amount is $7.1 million in net business tax revenue. Finally, in attachment B, we've included documents to place the measure to affirm the natural gas transfer on the ballot. And we can proceed to slide 3. This is a recap of council's direction from last Monday. You'll note that it includes the 11 cents monthly square footage rate and assumes the 10,000 square foot exemption for threshold for small businesses. This structure is estimated to generate 17 million in net business tax revenue. Next slide. Attachment B outlines the ad hoc's alternative. The adjustment included in this alternative is a annual tax cap adjusted by CPI of 1 million, and also includes the recommended administrative changes that were suggested from the business representatives. This tax structure will generate estimated 16.5 million in net business tax revenue. Should council wish to place this alternative on proposal on the ballot for voter consideration, the council would need to adopt the documents found in attachment B. Next slide. After many discussions with the business representatives, they've remained substantially unchanged from discussions, and a final proposal was received last Thursday afternoon. Council direction last week adjusted the square footage exemption from 5,000 square feet to 10,000 square feet, which is in alignment with the business representative proposal. However, the proposal received last Thursday reflects a 6-cent rate change, and it was previously 5 cents from what staff received in June. The ad hoc committee's alternative recommends a $1 million annual cap adjusted by CPI, while the proposal received by the business representatives assumes a $500,000 cap that is fixed annually. And the ad hoc committee will provide more context as to the negotiations as part of council's discussion. Next slide. This is a repeat of last week's slide. Just wanted to have a reminder and recap for everyone of the resolution establishing the advisory spending guidelines, and this decisions on allocation of funds is made annually through the budget process. And these funds will be general government, fund general government services and programs. Next slide. This is a new slide. We wanted to give everyone a visual reminder of why we're here and how this is a component of the continued progress of long-term fiscal sustainability. And as we've progressed in this measure, the city has historically modeled good financial stewardship by ensuring a balanced budget. One of the things and priorities we have is to ensure that resources are aligned and staffing has been reduced over the past decade while demands for services have increased. So this chart illustrates a few things. First, it illustrates a steady increase in service demand by showing the increase of jobs per resident since 2010. And you'll note that factor is 1.26 in 2010, representing for every resident, there is 1.26 jobs in the city. And you'll see that rate increased to 1.44 in 2020, meaning there was about 1.44 jobs per resident in the city, and showing basically that steady demand. Percent of general fund revenue kind of remains unchanged throughout, but you'll notice headcount is down over 17% in this time frame. One thing also to note in this chart is for 2023, this is part of our, you'll see that spike increase of staffing for public safety, and this is part of the 2-year balancing strategy where 2023 staffing is restored with one-time resources for 2 years. Next slide. This is another recap from last week. Affirmation of the natural gas transfer can be found in attachment D. As a reminder, this affirms decades-old practice by the city for the provision of general fund services. We're seeking voter affirmation of what was established in the city charter decades ago. Most municipal utilities in California make similar transfers and have sought and achieved successful voter affirmation. Next slide. Some things that are, some services that are funded by the natural gas transfer are outlined on this slide. As a reminder, these services are funded with reserves for 2 years. Therefore, proceeds of the natural gas transfer would ensure that the city is able to maintain these service levels beyond 2024. And should the gas transfer be not affirmed, these services will likely be cut in 2025 based on the 2-year budget balancing strategy. Next slide. Finally, as a reminder again, remaining milestones, the critical register of voter due date is on the 12th. We're 7 days closer to the deadline and documents must be submitted by then. It's important to note that once council has adopted these documents, no further changes can be made. And once council authorizes placement of these ballot measures on the November 2022 ballot, staff will transition to a fact-based informational only position as an alignment with election laws. Next slide. This recaps staff's recommendation to council regarding the business tax, either adopting attachment A or B. Also, the business tax advisory spending guidelines that can be found on attachment C, and attachment D, adopting the natural gas utility transfer. So that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. And I will start off by attempting a recap of the work of the ad hoc committee over the last week, and then welcome my colleagues to wade in from the committee, and then we'll hear from the public and then go back to our discussion as a council. So just to remind everyone that the council has committed these funds toward three basic purposes: affordable housing, transportation with a focus on separating our vehicles and bikes and pedestrians from trains and providing the essential security of the tracks that we need, as well as addressing the potential gridlock that businesses and the community face if that is not done. And then lastly, as Ms. Barras had laid out, to be able to sustain the restoration of services, principally in public safety, that the council had supported and gone forward with doing in June, but our budget projections only allow for that to be done 2 years without this additional revenue. So immediately following our last meeting on Tuesday, we reached out to the coalition who has been opposing the tax and again offered to meet and negotiate and indicated that we would be open to modifying the proposal if we could come to an agreement. And we then met with them first on the morning of Wednesday, and there were a couple of different elements to the discussion. One, as Ms. Paras had spoken about, was a number of administrative issues on how to make the implementation of the tax be as streamlined as possible and to eliminate any barriers that we could reasonably do that would reduce inconveniences or otherwise to the businesses that are affected. And our staff came back with a number of those that have been incorporated, and I'm sure they'd be willing to share the specifics if council members want to go through those. And then we had discussions more substantively on both the prospective amount and caps on the tax. And on the cap aspect, basically, I think the ad hoc continues to believe that caps are regressive, meaning the very largest businesses would effectively pay a lower rate than the medium large businesses, not lower than the smaller businesses who are either exempt or largely exempt. But that if that was what was necessary to come to an agreement on a compromise, then we were open to doing that. You see in the staff report that even though we have not come to that agreement, we have recommended incorporation of a cap. It's not at the level that two of those businesses were seeking, and we had frankly indicated that we were open to additional negotiation on that if we could come to a comprehensive agreement on the terms of the tax measure. And then the second issue was on the rate, and what we indicated was that we were willing to recommend to our colleagues some modification of the rate, and not at the level that we have seen in their proposal, but some willingness to frankly reduce the revenue that we think below what we think is the real need, if it could result in a compromise and an agreement with the business community. They went back and met and returned to us on Thursday. We had requested that we enter into a next go round of discussion and negotiation, and they had tentatively concurred with that concept, but they came back and said, no, here are the terms of our proposal. We do not want to negotiate. We're not willing to engage with you any further. If these terms are accepted, we will not oppose the measure. If they are not accepted, we will oppose it. And as they had previously stated clearly that they would spend whatever it takes to defeat not only this measure, but to attempt to defeat the gas transfer fee, which is really independent of this issue. We continued to make it clear to them that we were nevertheless willing to negotiate. We spoke with a number of the parties or the businesses and entities that were being represented there to try to encourage them to come back to the table and negotiate in good faith. We have, to date, they have declined to do so. We have before us a set of possibilities. The ad hoc committee met again under a hope that we would be able to come to some agreement with the business community, because we all, I think, recognize from looking at the same data and the analysis from our pollster and our consultant that the community supports both these measures. But in this economic time in particular, with the uncertainty that is out there, the support is not as strong as it would be in normal times. And that if there was a strong opposition, it basically is a coin toss or on what would prevail. And that given the clear statements that the business community would spend whatever it takes, we as a council need to look at the pragmatic alternatives of, do we risk whether we get a measure passed this election go round, or on the closer to the terms that we think meet our budgetary and needs, or do we offer something that is less, or thirdly, do we accept the proposal of the opposition coalition? And we had a majority of the ad hoc, council member Philseff and myself, who upon weighing these factors want to present to the council that unless we have objection, that we would, of the majority, that we would propose to the business community that we would be willing to reduce the rate to 8 cents a square foot with all the same exemptions that we already have, and that we would be open to some further reduction in the cap below the level that we have before us tonight. If the coalition wants to come to the table and negotiate, we are open to doing so, but we can't negotiate by ourselves. And frankly, placing an edict of accept or reject that the opposition has done without good faith negotiation and a threat to spend unlimited funds is not what we would hope for as the good faith negotiation that we've been attempting to do. But we still believe it's in the best interests of all parties, of the community, of the business community, because the uses of these funds are beneficial and important to not only residents, but the business community. The need for affordable housing is undoubtedly one of our biggest challenges, and is driven by the growth in tech jobs in our region over the last decade. Our needs for track safety and for being able to have avoid gridlock upon the expansion of Caltrain, which is being expanded to meet the needs of the business community in the region, is essential to both us and the business community, and to Stanford as well. and then the essential need for public safety services to be fully restored and continue to be at the restored level is essential to the business community and ourselves. And lastly, I personally think that the business community has been not stepping back and thinking about the broader ramifications of not coming to an agreement. And that is that if they use the unlimited resources that they have stated they're willing to do to defeat the measure or measures that would go on the ballot, and that if we did not abide by their mandates of exactly what to accept, that basically they would be able to stipulate in detail what this city and these elected officials put before the voters, that I think in the long term, that would be a serious harm to the stature of the business community in our region. I don't think that our community or neighboring communities want to have local government be subordinate to the dictates of very affluent and powerful business influences. Instead, what I think we can come out of this with is a collaboration and showing that we can come together, that we can collectively address the challenges that our region has and benefit both the residents and the business community. But it takes two parties to come to the table with equal goodwill to attempt to come to an acceptable agreement of both parties. So I want to allow my colleagues on the ad hoc to speak. I see Councilmember Du Bois has his light. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I just want to pick up on kind of the last thing you said there, which is about kind of going to a table with a sincere interest in negotiating. Just for my council colleagues, just to give you a flavor, I mean, I would say that there really hasn't appeared to be a commitment to an effort that's designed to achieve success. So really since June, that we've had a few cordial discussions, but not a firm desire to negotiate or establish a framework that we could work through to get to an agreement. And my impression is that the group may not be closely aligned internally. And there's likely some members that don't support any level of tax. And, this kind of appears in multiple ways. There really hasn't been a point of contact with negotiating authority. Any item raised had to go back to the whole group. And I think that group, individuals in that group are concerned about different issues and, their ability to compromise on an issue which may impact one company more than another, just didn't feel like it was there. So I think that's been a real challenge. We mentioned these implementation issues. Staff had reached out and had conversations with the business community. And we got more of these really at the last hour. And staff, that came in on the day that packets were due. Staff incorporated a few of those, not all of them. But again, I feel like it's just also a kind of a symptom of the level of engagement. And so the ad hoc is split on the recommendation to council tonight. I don't support further discussion at this point. I feel like we should vote tonight on what we want to put on the ballot. And I'll explain why when we come back for council discussion.
I'm sorry, I should clarify that tonight, both of these actions could take place or just one of them. We could proceed with what we intend to put on the ballot absent any further negotiated agreement, or we could proceed with what we want to put on the ballot and not anticipate any additional negotiations. But authorizing or supporting the ad hoc committee continuing to be willing to negotiate and to be compromise along the terms that I suggested a moment ago, would be in parallel with proceeding with the ballot measure or measures. And one of the issues that we will have tonight is whether we would put both measures on the ballot if we have no negotiated agreement, or whether we would put both on if we did have a negotiated agreement. So on that note, let's go ahead and hear from members of the public and then return to the council for discussion and action. Okay, our first speaker is Julia Zeitlin, to be followed by Aaron James. Welcome. Each speaker has up to 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, council members. I hope you are doing well. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am here online as a rising junior in high school and a leader of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition. And I'm here today to ensure that the council considers the climate impacts of removing the natural gas utility transfer and not putting it on the November 8th, 2022 ballot. If this item is not placed on the ballot, gas rates will become significantly lower than electric rates. And this poses an extreme threat to Palo Alto's climate goals and ambitions to electrify the city in the coming years. I'm here today to urge the council to place this item on the ballot and let residents confirm the idea that this historic practice by the city utility that goes to fund important city programs should continue. Moreover, recent polls show that many Palo Alto residents would support continuing this transfer practice. The climate ramifications of not placing this on the ballot could be immense and should not be overlooked. I hope you listen to these concerns and take them into account when deliberating and voting on this item. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aaron James, to be followed by Winter Dellenbach here in person. Welcome.
Thank you. So, my concern is what I believe in the city of Palo Alto versus, I think it's Marion Green. There's already been a court decision that the practice is unconstitutional. And I say that without having read the full text of the opinion. So it seems to me that you're poking the public in the eye again. We haven't gotten our refunds when you want to have a transfer tax where the money goes maybe to the services that you say they do, but oftentimes it turns out the taxpayers have been deceived and the money goes to higher salaries for staff, et cetera, et cetera. So I oppose putting on the ballot the natural gas transfer tax. Let's see first whether the citizens are going to get a refund on the $12 million that courts have said we are entitled to. As far as the business tax, it's a different point of view. I believe the big business should be taxed at least at the equivalent rate that big businesses are being taxed in adjoining cities, Palo Alto, Menlo Park, Mountain View, et cetera, et cetera. So please do not put the gas transfer tax on the ballot. I think you're going to discourage people from voting yes on the business tax, monies that we greatly need for services like the unhoused, to have more members of the police department that are psychiatric emergency team members. That's sort of very important stuff. That's all I have to say tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach, to be followed by Bob Moss here in Chambers.
No, stop negotiating. This isn't a negotiation. This is a holdup. The business community? What business community? Palo Alto's a community. These are individual businesses that are all about making as much money as each individual business can and not doing their fair share, not doing one thing that's right or proper or anything else. I'm absolutely amazed by this. I've been following the business tax and supported it from the earliest days, the first person that said business tax. And I am blown away that this is where we are with it. I don't want one more concession made or any hope of negotiating with these people because they're not doing this in good faith and they aren't going to do it in good faith. I want you to consider this. If the business tax become this little plucked chicken without any feathers, a skinny little thing, and that's what you all offer the people of Palo Alto, have you thought that maybe we won't want to support it because it's just nothing? It gives us like hardly anything per year and doesn't do much for us. That's not what we had in mind. I don't think that's what the people of Palo Alto have in mind. Not when you talk about grade SEPs and public safety and BMR housing. We want something. We want something vital and strong out of this and not be given it away. Listen, it's you folks. You have educated us for years. You, Councilman Phil Sith, with your flip charts, and you, Mayor, and Councilman Du Bois, and others of you. You're the ones that taught us about the huge differential. You pounded us into your head year after year about the vast differential between what residents pay in city taxes and the pittance about what businesses pay. And now we're hearing this stuff. And I'm listen, it's exactly what Woody Guthrie wrote. Some rob you with a 6 gun, others with a fountain pen. And that's what's going on here. And I just don't let them off the hook. Do not lower the square foot rate from, I think it's 11 cents now. Do not increase the exemption from 10,000 square feet. And for goodness sakes, don't institute a cap. Doesn't matter if San Jose's done and somebody else did it. Let's not do it. They can afford to pay. Don't let them off the hook. Don't have a cap. Let's stand up to them. Let's keep our dignity as a city. This shouldn't be on residents, and let's have a business tax that makes sense and stop this silly negotiation. It's not going to go anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bob Moss in person, to be followed by Julie Lithcott-Hames in person. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Burton, council members. First of all, let's put things in perspective. The business tax you're talking about is a small fraction of what offices in commercial businesses in Palo Alto pay in rent. The average is close to $6 a square foot. And we're talking about charging 10 or 15 cents at the most per square foot for a tax. That's trivial. I think the proposal you have on the table is actually too low. You should be charging 5 cents a square foot for 5 to 10,000 square feet businesses, and 10 to 15 cents a square foot for businesses larger than that. Now let's talk about the complaint that the businesses have, and they're going to spend millions of dollars objecting to this, which when you think about it is more than they'll actually pay in taxes. So the question I have is, are we going to let businesses buy the city of Palo Alto and buy our use of funds to preserve the community? Or are we going to do it ourselves? Are we going to turn around and score a win for the community by passing this necessary business tax? And if businesses want to go someplace where there isn't a business tax, they'll have to leave California because we're about the only city that doesn't have one. So I think you should be putting it on the ballot. I think you also be putting the transfer of excess revenue from utilities on the ballot. We've been paying that for over 50 years. It's not a problem. And I think we should work very hard to get this passed so we can use the money from businesses to support the city. For one thing, there's more crime, more burglaries in Stanford Research Park, which has a big impact on our police department than all of the residences in Palo Alto combined, if you look at the results in the paper. So I think we need the tax. We need to have it adequate. And if the businesses want to fight against it, I will be glad to take them on.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julie Lithcott Hames, to be followed by Hamilton Hitchings. Welcome.
I want to thank my fellow residents of Palo Alto, Winter and Bob, for really bringing the passion to this conversation. Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, council members, thank you for your time tonight. Mayor Burt, we are all, I think, a bit incensed by the business community's apparent failure to negotiate with you and the ad hoc committee in good faith, and simultaneously by their threat to run this thing into the ground by throwing their massive resources at the effort to defeat it. Let us be clear, the business community profits from having a Palo Alto address. It is part of their brand. I say this to you as a former trademark lawyer right here in Palo Alto. These businesses that have chosen to incorporate themselves and plant their bricks and mortar here, they benefit from being able to say they're a Palo Alto business. And so they should be caring about how to keep this city the extraordinary city that it is. So I applaud where you've gotten, and I just want to urge you to continue to be brave and stand up to the threat of the wealthy to effectively have their way with our city. We need more housing. We need these transportation solutions. We need enhancements to public safety. And so while I applaud where we are, I would like to see you go bigger. I would like to see bigger numbers, whether it's based on market capitalization or gross revenue. I'd like to see a $1 million tax on the top 25 or the top 50 or whatever the right number is. These are VCs and tech companies and big retailers, and they can afford it. Bottom line for me is we need a proper business tax, not a bake sale, to raise the funds that our city desperately needs and that our residents deserve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hamilton Hitchings, to be followed by Nadia Nayak. Welcome.
I want to second Winter's comments 110%. I think she hit it right on the head. No cap, don't lower the square foot rate, no raising the limit beyond 10,000. We're already exempting small and many medium-sized businesses. It's going to take money and effort to get this business tax passed. So if we're going to get it passed, we might as well get some reward for doing that. And I think that the people who are going to vote for or against it are not going to vote on this, whether there's a cap or there's 10 or 11 or 12 cents a square foot. You know, big businesses need to pay their fair share for the city services. This tax represents 1% of their rent. It's 1/18 of what large tech companies spend on free food for their employees each month. I understand some large companies wanting to maintain their corporate welfare with their city services and civic responsibilities subsidized, their share of it subsidized by residents and renters. The wall of shame includes VMware, Silicon Valley Leadership Group, and Stanford. I was at a previous meeting where Stanford made it very clear they didn't want any additional requirements for affordable housing beyond the minimum required by the state, even though they were getting a lot of upzoning in response to that. You know, this biz tax helps landlords because it makes it easier to retain their high rents that the businesses pay for Palo Alto. They're much higher than San Jose or many of the other cities on the peninsula who already have a business tax. So I encourage you to stay strong. Don't lower it to 8 cents. You're getting played, basically. They're not, even if you made an agreement, they're not going to hold up it. They will still advertise against it. What they're trying to do is get it as low as possible, and then they're going to fight it. So I think we need to have enough revenue to make the effort worthwhile. So I encourage you to stay where you are. And I really appreciate all your hard work on negotiations. Pat Burt has gone so much the extra mile here. So we really appreciate it, but let's take an accurate assessment of where we stand and move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nadia Nyack, to be followed by Dan Kostenbauer. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. I wanted to support exactly what Hamilton just said. A big thanks to the ad hoc committee for all the work you guys have done. I'm frankly quite stunned that we haven't been able to get, or you guys haven't been able to get these guys back to the table to work out a deal. I think you've been more than amenable, continuing to lower your numbers, continuing to offer things publicly, and the silence is sort of deafening at this point. I do see that there are speakers after me that hopefully will be addressing this. I have to say, as someone who volunteered at the farmers markets, talking to fellow residents about their interest in this tax, the number of people that I stopped who just were somewhat furious that this wasn't already on the, like, it's long overdue, should have been on the ballot long ago, doesn't raise nearly enough money for the problems that have been identified, but it's better than nothing. There's just a lot of anger in the community about the fact that businesses aren't paying their fair share. And I'm not sure that the folks at the Silicon Valley Leadership Group or the Chamber, or frankly, some of the largest businesses in town don't quite understand how frustrating that is for us residents. You would think after COVID, everyone is coming together on these things and realizing that we're all together in this community. And I'm not seeing that. And I'm flabbergasted, frankly. I do hope that the Silicon Valley Leadership Group will really reconsider and come to the table. We have worked with them before successfully on Measure RR and on Measure B. In fact, I remember in 2016, Palo Alto was going to put a business tax on, and they specifically didn't because of the discussions about not wanting to undermine the Measure B that was being championed by Silicon Valley Leadership Group. And so I hope that they will think about, if they spend millions of dollars trying to go against a very modest and reasonable tax that impacts only the largest employers in the city, how that's going to play out in the community when they come knocking on our door next time for support. I think that's really very short-sighted. And the same with the chamber. I mean, I think that the city council has done everything it can to not impact small businesses, not impact the grocery stores, and make sure that this is really asking our largest companies that do not have a chance to pass any of this on to the Palo Altans in the community to pay their fair share of upgrading the transportation needs that we have and creating safe tracks and building affordable housing and being supported by police and fire. I mean, the biggest fire dangers are probably the Stanford Research Park and where, ironically, VMware is. So I think everyone before me has said enough tonight. I'm sort of amazed, actually, by people that don't often agree on these things in this town, that how strongly we all agree on this issue. And I just wanted to thank you again for your hard work. And please, please, I really hope that the coalition will rethink this and come together. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dan Kostenbauer, to be followed by Charlie Whiteants. Welcome.
Yeah, Mayor Burt, members of the council, my name is Dan Kostenbauer. I'm the Vice President for Tax Policy at the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. The Leadership Group is part of the Palo Alto Community and Business Alliance, which is composed of concerned citizens and local businesses. The coalition recently has outlined for members of the council key elements of an alternative business tax measure that would raise revenue commensurate with most nearby cities. If the council placed such an alternative business tax measure on the November ballot, the Alliance would not oppose it, nor would the Alliance oppose the gas utility transfer affirmation. If both were to pass, the city would increase tax revenue by almost $15 million per year. The third round of polling conducted by the city in late May considered the impact of having both measures on the same ballot. The business tax measure garnered 48% yes votes, and the gas utility tax transfer affirmation generated 50% yes votes. These results were obviously before any opposition campaign. As standalone measures, both poll much better, although with relatively soft support. So instead of placing a business tax measure on the ballot that the Alliance would oppose, my recommendation would be to place only the gas utility tax transfer affirmation on the November ballot. The Alliance would not oppose the gas tax transfer measure alone, but if the council's recent business tax measure and the gas utility tax transfer are both on the November ballot, then the Alliance would oppose both. Both could pass, but there is a definite possibility that both could lose. If the council places only the business tax measure on the ballot, it would definitely lose about $7 million per year in revenue from the gas transfer affirmation, which would not be on the ballot. And the business tax might still lose, which would mean that the city would get no additional revenue at all. It is unfortunate that the council only engaged in serious conversations with representatives of the business community after the last round of polling showed decreasing support for the level of business tax that the council had been considering. I do want to thank the council, though, for its inclusion of a number of administrative aspects of the tax that will make it, I think, fairer for all taxpayers, especially smaller companies, and also, I think, streamline and make administration and compliance from the city perspective better as well. So we do want to acknowledge the city ad hoc group and the staff's agreement to include some of those aspects. So again, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charlie Whiteants, to be followed by our final speaker, Keith Reckdahl. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. Tonight, we respectfully ask you to not approve the ad hoc proposal of a business tax for the ballot, as it could have dire consequences on the economic vitality of Palo Alto in the near future. Without a doubt, this remains a challenging time for our businesses, and we ask you to consider that the pandemic continues. Palo Alto commercial real estate is facing the highest vacancies in the past 25 years. Companies are downsizing and vacating space. 2022 has seen a significant increase in vacancy. Retail and restaurant businesses are falling every month. Inflation has been at record highs. Restaurants and stores are paying dramatically higher prices for their ingredients and goods. Consumer confidence is down. There's a shortage of workers, and back to work for office workers simply hasn't happened. But even with all of these challenges, the business community came to the table to propose a tax that would be fair and reasonable and still impactful for the city. The components proposed were thoughtful and deliberate to ensure equity and to not overburden any particular portion of the business environment. However, this proposal has not been accepted at this point. The current proposed rate by the ad hoc committee far exceeds the rate of any business taxes in all of our neighboring municipalities. Given this time of uncertainty, several neighboring cities have now opted not to have business taxes on the ballot. We also ask you to keep in mind that Palo Alto businesses already pay significant amount of tax through property tax, sales tax, and the utility transfer fees. We want to see Palo Alto remain competitive and a desired place for businesses to locate when compared to neighboring jurisdictions, and we hope the council takes these pleas from the business community seriously and allow businesses to concentrate on the challenges of surviving this difficult period. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Keith Reckdahl. Welcome.
Thank you. Tonight, I'm speaking only for myself. I strongly support this tax. I want to point out three things. First, it's only fair that businesses help pay for the services they use. It's simply a matter of fairness. Second, landlords in Palo Alto charge the highest rents in the Bay Area. This tax is small compared to the annual rent increases that landlords impose on their tenants. If businesses are driven from the city, it'll be due to landlords' rent increases, not this small tax. And finally, earlier tonight, people expressed concern about the level of crime in Palo Alto. Without this tax revenue, we'll be forced to further cut public safety in 2 years. This is not the right time for staffing cuts. So in summary, this is a reasonable tax is crucial for the quality of life in Palo Alto. We must pass this tax. Thank you.
Thank you. So as we return for discussion, as I mentioned, we have several issues before us, but I think I'd like to this time direct a question to the two speakers from representing the business coalition, Mr. Whiteants and Mr. Kostenbader. your coalition, I don't know whether NIOP, the developers, commercial developers are still part of that coalition and taking the same position, but when we offered to sit down and negotiate in good faith, we received one set of proposals that we believed was below our needs, and an unwillingness to sit down and attempt to negotiate and see if we could come with a compromise agreement. Is your coalition willing to engage in good faith negotiations in the next day or two? Because that will perhaps inform the actions of our council tonight and whether to authorize the ad hoc committee to do that under the approximate terms that I laid out earlier. So, Mr. Kostenbauer, can you address that?
Sure. Well, first of all, I would say we have been negotiating in good faith. The fact that we have a position for the business community that's spanning many, many companies, businesses large and small, 3 different business associations, does make it more difficult for us to come to an agreement and enable us to speak with a common voice. One of the things that we have been pointing out for a long time has been that the proposals that the city council has put on the table from the beginning have been much higher than most neighboring communities. The East Palo Alto situation as a relatively higher tax only on large office space, of which there is relatively little in East Palo Alto, is definitely a different case. But if you look at Santa Clara, their city council just voted to put a business tax on the ballot, and they intend to raise $6 million a year. That $6 million is for a city that's twice the size of Palo Alto.
Mr. Kostenbauer,
Yes.
If I can interrupt you,
Sure.
Each of us, I wasn't asking you to give a full dissertation on your arguments.
Okay.
The question was whether I framed earlier that a majority of the ad hoc committee was willing to negotiate, and we are willing to consider flexibility on both the cap and the rate, reluctantly. And the question is whether your coalition is willing to meet and continue to negotiate in good faith, as opposed to a set of terms that you have laid out of that we would have to accept as stipulated by your coalition.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm just objecting to the use of the term negotiating good faith.
Yeah, but that's not really the question.
Well, that's the question you just asked me, Mr. Mayor, is if we're willing to negotiate in good faith. I've been saying throughout we've been negotiating in good faith. A lot of different speakers have been implying or stating that we have not been negotiating in good faith.
Okay, but the question is going forward in the next day, 1 to 2 days, not rehashing what either are our grievances nor your grievances about what has occurred up until now, but whether we are willing to sit down and to attempt to negotiate a resolution in good faith over the next 1 to 2 days. That's the question.
Understand, but I'm saying we have been negotiating in good faith, and you're saying we haven't been.
Now, set that aside for the moment.
Yes.
The question is, going forward,
yes,
is your coalition in the next 1 to 2 days willing to sit down and have a negotiation?
Well, the guidance I've gotten from members of the coalition is that we have agreed upon a set of terms that we think are fair to the city, that raise a lot of revenue, and are commensurate with other cities. So to the extent that the city council is proceeding with an approach of having a business tax in Palo Alto that is higher than neighboring cities, we really do not want to agree with that, and that's been the position of the coalition. So I would say at this point, if your offer is 8 cents, our position has been that, and by the way, 8 cents is really 96 cents, and 6 cents is really 72 cents a year. So, we've gotten used to speaking in, very, very tiny numbers, the smallest we can get them. But I would say that the group has, taken the position that we want to, do this. But,
so if I might interject, we
Yes.
also believe that we have, and I believe that the record shows that we have adjusted and compromised on a whole set of issues, in addition to the rate reduction, a cap, a CPI, a sunset, and all sorts of administrative issues. So what happens in a negotiation is that if there is no willingness to have any further flexibility by one side, then by definition, there can't be a negotiation. And that's what a good faith negotiation is about, is going into it, recognizing that each party believes in their positions, and yet there is a mutual benefit to attempting to come to a mutually acceptable compromise without a exact predetermination of what precise parameters would be in that compromise when you enter the negotiation. That's just by definition what good faith negotiations are about. And that's the question, as to whether you are willing to enter into those negotiations without a predetermined outcome, with each side having stated going in their tentative positions. And that's my question.
Mr. Mayor, I've been an advocate always to take the opportunities to talk, especially with government officials and elected officials, when there's any possibility of closing a gap. So at this point, I cannot assure you that we will be able to, reach that agreement. But I certainly would encourage members of my association to continue having conversations with you if that seems likely to produce any forward progress. I'm not sure that we would agree to that, and I could also offer doing a poll of our members first thing in the morning, and seeing if there's any opportunity. There could be some some things that perhaps we haven't quite been creative enough to think about at this point. But I hesitate to foreclose conversations, but I also do not want to set any expectations that trying to have a united voice in the Palo Alto business community, or at least major parts of it, such as the leadership group and the chamber. So anyway, I'll say we would be willing to try to have those conversations, again, without setting any expectations that that the numbers will change from where they are. But we should talk further if there's any possibility of closing the ground.
Okay, good. And Mr. Whiteance, as the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce, same question to you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think that what I agree with Dan is that we do feel that we came to the table with a proposal that we felt was fair to all of our business components. To answer your question directly, today, as of about 1 o'clock, the proposal that was in front of you did not change. So I can't answer tonight for you without going back to the group, but I do know that it was unchanged at about 1 o'clock this afternoon, but I'll have to confer with Dan.
So the question isn't whether you're willing to offer a different proposal at this time. The question is whether you're willing over the next 1 to 2 days, as we have a very narrow opportunity to still come to a resolution, to sit down and negotiate in good faith. That's the question. We also believe, and probably as strongly or more so than you, that we have made very good faith adjustments to this proposal, but that's not what we're debating right now. It's the question of whether you, as representing the chamber, whether the chamber is willing, as one of the key partners in the opposition coalition, to sit down and attempt to come to a resolution. That's not the same thing as either party knowing that they will have a successful outcome to that. It's good faith attempt to come to a resolution.
Yes, I think I understand your question. What I was trying to say is that when asked that question earlier today, when I went to our leaders in that group, the response was, no, we are where we are. So this is new information to me now, which I really can't answer until I go back to that.
All right, thank you. Okay, so returning to the council, Councilmember Cormack.
I hardly know where to begin. All right. Every one of the 7S up here has at some point, and I've seen us all do it different times, made the right decision for the city, regardless, and sometimes in spite of our personal preferences on an issue. Now is one of those times. Would I like $17 million for our city? Yes, I would. Do I think we could spend it in a responsible and useful manner? I do. But it turns out it's not about me. It's not even about the 7 of us. It is about the voter at the margin and how that person will be influenced by an extremely well-funded opposition campaign. And we have to be laser focused on what that person will vote for, what they will hear, and what will be our experience, our collective experience over the next 12 weeks, 3 months, 1 quarter. If we all end up fighting, we just heard a little bit of it earlier, a lot of he said going on here, instead of moving forward on our priorities. And boy, do we have a long laundry list of things to do. So I'm incredibly heartened by the 2/3 of the ad hoc and what I heard tonight. It's taken a long time to get here, but I am happy to be here and to hear that we are working on the best interests of all parties. I think there is a possibility for a comprehensive agreement because we've got some first graders starting school this week. I'm pretty sure they can figure out 6 and 8 are not that far apart. I think this is a pragmatic alternative based on the data, and I think we are really, really close, which is great. This is great news. A few other things I want to say. I think we all know what most people who live and work here want. They want us to collectively make a decision that is the best decision we can make this week. The latest recommendation from the portion of the ad hoc lowers the risk of failure, which I have been concerned about as someone who's done one of these things. And it does do those 4 things that are so important. It's going to provide us enough money to pay those 10 firefighters who just graduated from the academy last month in 2 years. And otherwise, we're not going to have the money to do that. It's going to get us a down payment on those safe train crossings. And boy, do we need those. And the community knows that we need them. And it refills our affordable housing fund at a time when the average cost of a home in this community is $4 million. And finally, I want to emphasize what one of the speakers made a point earlier today. It aligns with our climate goals, which frankly, we need to be calling our climate needs. So I think there's room in the middle, and I trust the ad hoc in whatever composition it's going to be. And, if it needs to change, that's fine. Nobody wants this to turn into an ugly fight. The business community doesn't want that. I know the people who live here don't want that. I'm pretty sure we don't want that. I'm really sure the staff doesn't want that. So the opportunity we have here is to finally get a business tax on the books, steady our budget, and accept the business community acknowledgement of the many ways that they support us. I'm going to see what else I've got here. I do want to say one personal thing. We've all learned different things in our lives. One of the things I've learned is that when there is a lot of opposition, I sort of have to stop and be like, oh, maybe I need to take a different perspective. Maybe I just need to listen more. I think this is one of those times when we have to listen a little bit more, and I certainly appreciate the ad hoc doing that. Another thing we need to think about is these measures may live or die based on whatever economic conditions we have in November when people vote. Some will vote in October. And we can't predict or influence that. So I don't think we should be gambling with the city's financial future. I believe our voters are smart, and they'll understand that we need both of these. So I want us to be smart about what we ask them to vote for. Really, this is the best news I've had on the business tax in 2 years. This is our job. And I truly think that we, not just the 7 of us, but the people out there on Zoom listening, we can do this together. We are so close. Now, I assume, Mr. Mayor, when you're talking about 2 days, we would perhaps repurpose our Wednesday meeting if you all make hoped for progress.
Yes. So we have a special council meeting on Wednesday. This could be added to the agenda for that date. But it requires a 24-hour noticing on a special meeting. And so it would be tomorrow afternoon that we would have to agendize it. If we were going into negotiations, that would probably be adequate to place it on the agenda without a determination at that time on whether those negotiations would be successful or not.
Thank you. I am supportive of the ad hoc's recommendation this evening of continuing to have the ad hoc work with the members of the business community who are willing to do so, and reconsidering this on Wednesday night. And in case it wasn't clear, I do believe that we should put both measures on at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Du Bois.
Sorry. So kind of after months of consideration, discussion, I'm supporting the new recommendation in the packet, attachment B, which is what we discussed last week with the addition of a $1 million cap, which would be the maximum tax per business. And just to summarize the journey we've been on, we were prepared to put this on the ballot on June 13th, but we delayed a week to allow time to talk. And the ad hoc was formed. We reached out to the Alliance. We were prepared to put this on the ballot on June 21st, but we delayed a month and a half to allow more time to talk. And since June, there's been multiple attempts to discuss, negotiate, but the group has really been either unwilling or unable to do so. There was this distinct lack of engagement, as we talked about tonight. A public speaker called it lack of good faith. I optimistically attribute it just to a lack of cohesion. But as I said before, there wasn't a process designed for success. So again, last Monday, we delayed voting to allow time to talk. In that time, the group proposed going from 5 cents to 6 cents. They want a fixed cap without inflation adjustment, which is very unusual. And there's no commitment to support the measure, only to not actively oppose it. So for me, I've been thinking these over for months. And, looking at our polling data, I really support putting one measure on the ballot, which would be the business tax. And, this suggestion about delaying until Wednesday, I just not supportive of it. I think we've been over backwards to be accommodating, very little receptivity. We heard again tonight the suggestion that we don't put any business tax on the ballot and we just put on the gas transfer. And then after the mayor repeatedly asked if they would talk, they said, of course we'll talk, but don't expect any change. I think the response was pretty telling. And I think it speaks for itself. And just to remind you, since the ad hoc started, we have unilaterally made changes. We've lowered the tax from 45 million to 17 million. 45 to 17. That's a huge change. We added a sunset. We limited the impact of inflation. We doubled the square foot excluded in all buildings across town. We added in a tax offset. We added tiering, then we removed tiering. We added a phase in over 3 years. And now tonight we're talking about adding a cap. And we also made operational changes requested at the very last minute. And so I think by including all of these things, and I think it was good that we did, we addressed many of the requests from the business community. And what remains are needs for unhoused programs, for transitional housing operations, for our affordable housing fund, for public safety, for earthquakes, for ambulance service, for fire danger, and our police, and improving some of the most dangerous train crossings in the state of California. So these needs have real costs. And as we've discussed, many of those areas have been impacted by large businesses, such as their demand for housing. And many of the proposed uses benefit the entire community, businesses and residents alike. So, in terms of what we've seen recently, I've seen very few objections coming in from business. I've seen a lot of emails strongly in favor of the tax. Again, as we talked last week, we have a strong history of abiding by our advisory guidelines in terms of spending the funds. We've done this with the TOT, we've stuck with it. And if we're in a recession, and the hiring data came out very strong, they've been about 18 months long, and this is going to be phased in over 3 years without full implementation until 2025. So, I believe we should pass B tonight. I want to explain why I support the addition of a cap at $1 million a year. This impacts very few businesses in Palo Alto, 1 or 2 companies. It has the effect of making our task less progressive by shifting it to more of the medium-sized companies. But I think it's worth it to be able to say that we do have a cap. We listen to that request, and it's not just a totally open-ended tax. And over time, with CPA increases, perhaps more companies will hit that cap. I just can't support further delay. I think, we made unilateral compromises with no indication that it'll create support. At some level, if we're going to have a campaign, we might as well do it for 11 cents, as opposed to 8 cents. We heard tonight from SVLG that they would, consider no business tax in the gas transfer. And polling did show strong support for one measure, weaker support for 2. The gas transfer would be a total of 7 million, but really it's only 4 million of new revenue. So I also think we need to get our math straight. It's really important to understand. It was characterized as if we passed a tax like some of the very old taxes around us, plus the gas transfer, we'd be at a total of $50 million, but that's not correct. And that also assumes that gas transfer would pass. And I'm starting to hear opposition to that, independent of the business transfer. We also, as we talked about, are not outpacing other cities. East Palo Alto has a modern tax. Other cities, Oakland, San Francisco. And so I think we heard pretty clearly tonight is the real issue, and we haven't discussed it, but Silicon Valley Leadership Group doesn't want a city to modernize their business tax to the state for current city's need. Many of these taxes were passed when they were sleepy towns 20, 30, 40 years ago. That's the real issue. And that we're getting pressured to adopt a sleepy tax. And I think the challenge here is that the Palo Alto voters, need to have help to pass a practical tax that will pay for these needs. And it will actually benefit the entire peninsula because I believe other cities will follow us. So I hope my position is clear. I understand that not everybody may agree with it, but it's well considered, and I've been thinking about this for months. So that's where I am.
Okay. Who would like to speak next? Vice Mayor Koo.
I guess all I can say right now is grr, because I can't scream or even say anything else after listening to some of the comments. It's very frustrating, and I agree with everything that Councilmember Du Bois said. But listening to a couple members of the public, what I heard is that the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, as well as the Chamber of Commerce, has decided and declared that they're overseers of Palo Alto's quality of life. They have declared that they are the overseers of Palo Alto residents' quality of life. And the proposal that they've given us, it's a proposal. And everything that they have said, if you listen carefully to their words, is consider. They haven't promised, and as what Councilmember Du Bois has said, is that they will consider and that they will not oppose, but they haven't said anything about supporting it. And it will hardly, we have one of our biggest infrastructure projects coming forward, and that's Great Separations. And it will hardly provide funds for that. And if we're gonna go ahead and consider in some time later that we're gonna do a bond in order to provide monies, then let me tell you, today on the consent calendar, we just went ahead and approved the general obligation bonds. And in Measure N, that is for the library, let me tell you, $9.26 per 100,000 in your assessed value. If we're using a $3 million figure, that means you're paying $278,000 per year. Per year. Now $278 per year, not thousand, $278. Now think of it. A person who owns a condo is paying the same amount as Stanford University, as a large business that has a more than one acre in a parcel. So your smallest parcel is paying the same amount, $278 per year in this bond. Then I want to say something else to a lot of the people, the voters of Palo Alto. During the pandemic, when we had all the smash and grabs, it wasn't to the tech companies, it was to the retail stores. And we had to make sure that that is in place to make sure that your businesses can run effectively. Councilmember Du Bois has said that we talked and talked and talked. The mayor has extended, along with the ad hoc committee, time and time again. Now we're going to extend it to last minute of putting this on the ballot, and we're still not going to get there. And so I agree with Councilmember Du Bois, as well as to many members of the public. Enough is enough, and tonight is the time to decide. One of the things that I did hear from the general public is that they want a surety that the funds are going to be going towards what we said it's going to go. And while I know council now and in the future will do the right thing, I do think that in some ways, since we've reduced the tax so much, or we will be based on the proposals that's in front of us today, that perhaps a specific tax would be the way to go. We give assurances to the general public, to the voters, this is where the money is going to go. So I think you see where I'm going with this also, that we should not let these people have a say in what Palo Alto's quality of life is. And we were elected in order to make the decision to safeguard our community and not put further burdens on them. Thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate the Vice Mayor's passion and strong arguments here. I came into this evening's discussion being open to the idea of continuing the conversation if I felt like the business community and the representatives were going to continue to, would be negotiating in good faith. And I was very interested when the mayor asked that question. And I thought it was a softball question. I was thinking, well, of course they're going to say yes, try to continue this conversation, try to kick the can down the road a little bit. And I was frankly shocked by the response that we had and that back and forth. And it kind of put me back into the courtroom of a very good cross examination, and just the amount that was trying to be wiggled out of giving just a very easy answer of saying, yes, we'd be happy to continue to negotiate was just not there. I don't share the optimism that the Councilmember Cormack has in this situation. I thought that was not, there were no signs of any serious intention to continue to negotiate. And I also don't believe that there's a lot of opposition in the community beyond from what I've been hearing from businesses. I mean, I've almost I've talked to, I can't think of anyone that I've talked to who has been really oppositional to the business tax beyond the business community. And I understand that no one wants to pay taxes, but taxes are going to pay for these critical services. And I have had several conversations with members of our business community over the years, and they've always made strong arguments for the need for affordable housing, for public safety, for traffic mitigation, et cetera. And I think kind of what the Vice Mayor was saying, Palo Altans have really been doing most of the lifting over the last several decades in funding these services. It's about time that we just simply ask businesses to be able to pay their fair share, nothing more. And there's so many needs in this community. If we want affordable housing, we need money. If we want grade separations, we need money. If we want public safety, we need money. And we don't have many revenue options to be able to go after. And this business tax is going to be able to allow us to do that. So I am very hesitant to go below the 11 cents, even down to the 8 cents. I mean, possibly if the business community was willing to say, we will not only not oppose the business tax, but we will actively support it, maybe I'd be willing to go down a cent or two to be able to ensure that we're going to get that. But I have not heard any type of willingness tonight to be able to do that. And I appreciate the ad hoc's work here. I'm sure it must have been frustrating at times. I think we have shown our willingness to be able to negotiate in good faith. And as Councilmember Du Bois articulated, we have been willing to give in a lot. I think we're at the point now where we have a tax that is, in my view, very fair from what the community seems to support, seems to be generally fair. We heard a lot of community members tonight talk about the need for this to be even stronger. But I'm cognizant of the polling data and concerned about going any further than where we're at there. So I think that's where I'm at this point, but interested to continue to hear from the rest of my colleagues.
Councilmember Filseth.
Well, just a couple things here. One is sort of a technical nit point. The notion of sales tax was brought up earlier. If you actually go look at the last 15 years of data, so to just before the Great Recession, 2008, adjusted for inflation, right, in 2008 dollars, sales tax revenues in the city have not grown as fast as commercial employment has, right? And in fact, if you take out one very large taxpayer in the city, sales tax source. In fact, over the last 15 years, sales taxes have not grown at all in Palo Alto in 2008 dollars, right? So I think that's, somebody mentioned that. So well, the second thing I sort of find interesting is, we've heard sort of two opposite things. One is that, times are really tough and businesses have no money. And the other is a threat to spend unlimited amounts of money to oppose this tax measure, right? And it's like, how can you rationalize those things? I think there is a rationalization, actually. I think we're talking about, at least two major buckets of businesses in our town. One is restaurants and retail, which has been dramatically affected by the pandemic, right? And which are, just starting to come back, but probably will never come back fully, okay? Because COVID has changed people's travel patterns probably forever, right? And those groups indeed have no money, right? But they also have not added large numbers of employees over the last 15, 20 years. They're not the ones that drove the jobs housing ratio to its current ionospheric levels in Palo Alto, right? And furthermore, the overwhelming majority are under 10,000 square feet, and we have exempted them. The other group, the ones which are larger than 10,000 square feet, many of them actually did very, very well in the pandemic. And, we don't really know how many strong opponents to this measure there are, because we only got a couple of letters, right, from those folks. But, the net earnings are of these folks, they're measured in billions, right? And so if you say, well, how can businesses be broke and still spend a ton of money spend hundreds of thousands or maybe $1 million on a campaign like this? How can that be? Well, I think it's different companies. I think that's the answer. And I think that's the resolution to that question. And then finally, the ad hoc, but especially the mayor. The mayor has bent over backward for months trying to reach agreement with sort of all the concerned parties about this, and in fact has with a number, right? And he has really worked hard on this, right? And not made much progress in certain areas. I personally probably would have given up a while ago, but he has not. And so if the mayor wants to hold open the door and negotiate to the absolute last possible second, I'll support that. I suspect we're not going to get there. I suspect we're going with option B. But if the mayor wants to keep going, I'm willing to support him do that. He's worked pretty hard already. Thanks.
So if I can just follow up with a few additional thoughts. First, I'm not counting on being able to come to an agreement, but the advantages of coming to an agreement are so important that I'm willing to continue to attempt to do so. And I think they're very important for both parties. We recognize it, frankly, because if we go to the ballot and we're not successful, we get nothing. And clearly, with a massive opposition, we probably are facing a jump ball on this. And the business community, frankly, has become less united in their opposition. I know from a whole series of local business members that when we raised the exemption to 10,000 square feet, they, on top of grocery exemptions, hotel exemptions, and then statutory exemptions for nonprofits and banks, that a lot of the business community says, yeah, these are important needs. It's a modest tax. And they are not in opposition to it. We also have received word from NIOP the coalition of commercial developers that they are no longer opposing the tax. They're not supporting it and not opposing it. And that was noteworthy that tonight there was no reference to NIOP as part of the coalition. And then we're even seeing members of the business community who would be modestly affected by the tax still say this is reasonable. You know, we heard the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce say that all the surrounding communities had lower rates than what we're alluding to. And then Mr. Kostenbader alluded to East Palo Alto, our immediate neighbor that has lower office lease rates than we do. And they have a tax rate that is essentially 21 cents a square foot per month. They have a 20,000 square foot exemption, so a little different, but twice the rate we're proposing. And there's been no mention by the opponents that East Palo Alto also has a significant gross receipts tax. And yet, after they passed their square footage tax, despite developers saying that it would shut down their commercial development, they've had a wave of new projects come forward. And it's really, any objective analysis shows that this amount is not a major amount in an economic consideration of doing development, nor of locating in a city. And I located a factory in 3 different cities on the peninsula. I went back, and each city that we moved to had a higher business tax than the one we left. It just was a cost of doing business. It wasn't one of the major factors in our location. I appreciate the emotions. I appreciate that the leadership group, as Councilmember Du Bois alluded to, really is more concerned with whether the communities in Silicon Valley will similarly have local business taxes that are more aligned with other areas. Silicon Valley is an exceptionally low business tax region. San Francisco has a business tax, about 5 different business taxes. I looked at them, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but in aggregate, their tax is about 20 times the rate we're proposing, 15 to 20 times the rate we're proposing. And yet they had an avalanche of tech company boom over the past decade while they had that tax structure. But I appreciate that the business community wants to negotiate as best they can on behalf of their members. I say negotiate, but they basically has stipulated terms to us as opposed to like we have done, is saying, here's our starting position. Let's sit down and negotiate and try to come to an agreement. Their notion of negotiation is they set down an edict. They had modified finally, slightly, after we had made many modifications, and that we were to take it or leave it, and they call that a negotiation. I've been in a lot of negotiations, and that doesn't meet the definition. But as is the case in many of these circumstances, as parties get close to a deadline, they face up to, we have alternatives, and either coming to an agreement or having an outcome that's unfavorable to both parties. So that's why I want to keep the door open, and why I encourage the colleagues to go forward tonight with our proposal and what we will put on the ballot if we don't have an agreement that is different from that. Authorize the ad hoc to continue to negotiate with an understanding that in the framework that I laid out earlier, and that the council will have the ultimate decision first. We may have nothing to bring back. If there is no negotiation, no harm, no foul. If there is, then the council can decide whether they find it acceptable and go forward with it. And so that's what we're proposing tonight. And I hope my colleagues will support that 2-track system. Keeping the door ajar is basically what we're doing. We can all speculate on what may may or may not happen. We can all gripe about what we don't like as far as alternatives presented. But the question is, do we think it's in the interests of our community and our residents to continue to the next 2 days, see if there's any possibility of a successful compromise. So that's why we're proposing what Councilmember Phil Seth and I have endorsed, and I hope my colleagues will support that. If we're ready for a motion, I'd be prepared to make that. I do want to ask one clarifying question. So if tonight we opt to only put on the ballot the business tax, but we should instead, in the next 2 days, come to a resolution, and the alternative would be to then put the utility transfer, gas transfer fee, and a form of the business tax on the ballot. The action that we take tonight to enable us to do that would be what?
So two choices. The simplest is to take essentially a straw poll that you would, it's my understanding, as a council, be interested in attachment B. So the ad hoc's proposal that's in the packet, but not actually adopt that resolution. And then place direct the ad hoc, authorize the ad hoc to continue talking, and direct that tonight's item be put back on the agenda for Wednesday.
If we only want to hold this item, have a meeting on this item on Wednesday, if things change, what would we do?
Okay, then you need to adopt the resolution at attachment B. And also the spending resolution, which I think is attachment C or D. It is C. So you would adopt the resolutions at attachment B and attachment C. If you do make progress in the next few days, you will come back on Wednesday and withdraw, revoke the attachment B, and you'll have a different form then of that item. And you can also at that time consider the natural gas utility transfer at attachment D.
I'm sorry, which is the spending plan?
C.
Pardon me?
Attachment C.
D.
C as in cat.
Cat. But then the gas transfer, you just said C.
Is it D?
D
And
as
so
in
you
dog.
do not adopt that tonight.
Correct.
But
Okay.
you could come back and adopt it on Wednesday if the conditions are such that council wants to support two measures on Wednesday.
Okay. So that, I don't know how much of that well, okay, before I submit the motion, Councilmember Cormack, you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I'm just a little bit confused. So when we're saying attachment B, are we saying as written, the one that Councilmember Du Bois is supporting? Or are we saying revised per the comments that you and Councilmember Phil Seth? What number is an attachment B that we're going to straw poll on?
It would be as written. And it makes me realize, as I think through the positions of different council members, that we should probably separate these items so that those who do not support attachment B can vote one way, and those who support allowing additional negotiations can vote separately on that. So
we will not vote on the gas transfer
we will
tonight?
be voting on all of them. We
All
will be
three.
voting on them separately, on B separately from the authorization to continue negotiations.
And what about the gas transfer tax?
In my motion, I will be proposing that we do not at this time place that on the ballot, and we would reconsider that if we have successful negotiations over the next 2 days. Now, if separately, if council members want to support placing it on the ballot or some other variation, we can take those votes as well. Okay, so my motion would be to endorse, support attachment B.
Adopt
And-
the resolution at attachment B.
Yes. And, sorry, and I have the wrong one in front of me. And then, okay, I think Clerk's one had a step ahead of us, maybe. Let's look at this and yes. And then let's just take number one at this time with an understanding that we will separately vote on whether to authorize the ad hoc to continue negotiations. Does that seem reasonable? Yeah, so city attorney, the point is that we may not want to put the, sorry, I'm just still reading this. We're really not talking about having number two under the discussion we just had. We'd be, tonight, we would not, under my motion, we would not be voting to place the gas fee on the ballot, although we would have the prerogative to bring that back on Wednesday.
So I think the clerk's
way to do it.
formulation does that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
It has you adopting in one the business tax measure proposed by the ad hoc in the packet and the advisory spending guidelines. And it has you bringing back on Wednesday the natural gas utility, which you could decline at that time, and authorizing the ad hoc. But it might be that you want to authorize the ad hoc to advise by tomorrow at 5 whether there should be this meeting on August 10th. The meeting on August 10th has to have some agenda that informs the public of what
Right.
might be discussed.
So-
So we could write a broad agenda that allows you to bring back an alternative business tax measure should you reach agreement, and the natural gas utility item as well.
And so under 2, do we say continue this item to August 10th or authorize agendizing this item for August 10th if there is negotiated progress? We could do it either way.
You could do it either way, but if you do the second one, you're going to need to tell the clerk 24 hours before the meeting. So that's tomorrow evening.
Right.
If you go ahead and just direct that the item be put on the agenda, then it's there, and you have also Wednesday to talk. And you could, when you get to the item, you could say nothing to report. There's nothing to do.
Okay. All right. Then that seems probably the cleaner way to do it. And then, but I think we want to vote on 1 and 2 separately. So if we can break those up. And so on number 1, I'd be looking for a second.
Second.
Okay. So let's just deal with number 1 for this time. At this time, is there any further discussion on? And Clerk, if you could break those up, so we're just going to be clear. Everybody's clear that we're only voting on 1 at this time. So just to be clear, that's basically the recommendations in the staff report. The number 1 is looking to have the parameters on the business tax, the 11 cent and the 1 million cap, et cetera, and the other changes. And then the advisory guidelines, but not at this time putting the gas fee on the ballot.
Sure. So item 1 right now does accomplish that.
by referencing those two attachments. And by the pure absence of action on the gas transfer, it would be your call whether or not in the motion itself you wanted to say and not approve to do a double negative essentially.
No.
I guess.
No, I think we have it here. Okay. Councilmember Tanaka.
City Attorney, I think you mentioned earlier today that once we vote on it today, it cannot change till later, the rate, 11 cents. So I guess I'm just trying to understand.
That's not correct, I don't think.
No, I don't believe I did say that. So if the council has a majority to approve item number 1 here, you'll be voting to put something on the ballot. There still are a couple of days. You're at the 11th hour, but you could repeal that item on Wednesday and replace it with another one.
Okay, I misunderstood what you said then. Okay. I do like the idea of what Councilmember Cruz said earlier, which is make it a specific tax. So and I made a motion to make it a specific tax, but never got support for it. But anyways, still open to that. But in terms of dedicating funds, this is advisory, but is this going to affect how we do budgeting? And maybe it's something that Kylie, you should answer. I mean, how?
No, I can answer that. That's a legal question. Okay. Every year that you budget.
Yeah.
And you'll make decisions as a council on how to budget the city's funds. This is an advisory.
I think we went over that in detail at the last meeting.
I saw the chart earlier about, I don't know, we could bring it up, what page it was, slide 7. And I think the one issue here is that a lot of the, like policies doubled in a day because we had all the office workers coming in, but that's no longer happening right now. So we're actually having less. So I think this is not quite accurate on slide 7. And also, if you look at our budget, most recently approved budget, we have probably some of the highest spending per capita compared to any city around us. So, I think it's important that we make do with what we have. And to the mayor's comment about how SF has a really high tax, I don't think that's comparable. I think we should compare against cities around us. And also, the other reality is a lot of companies in San Francisco are shutting down their offices because they simply allow people to work from home. So I think we're on a dangerous course right here. So in regards to this motion, I can't support it. We're already had, as I mentioned last time, 2 quarters of declining GDP. We should be lowering taxes, not raising taxes. That's usually what you do during recessions. So yeah, this does not make sense to do.
Councilmember Du Bois.
I had a question on the wording, but it got changed.
Councilmember Cormack.
I want to vote for business tax and I want it to pass. I can't vote for this one.
Okay, would the clerk please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Ku?
No.
Councilmember Du Bois?
Yes.
Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
No.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa?
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack?
No.
Motion
I'd
carries.
like to change my vote. I misunderstood this. I'm changing it to yes.
Yes. Okay, motion carries 5-2. Councilmember Cormack and Councilmember Tanaka voting no.
Okay, and now we can go on to what was item number 2, which would be a second motion. And let's see, I think this. I think that captures it, and we've all discussed what is really the context for this. And So if there's any further discussion, we can do so. Otherwise, Councilmember Stone.
Yeah, just briefly, I keep thinking about it. I think at this point, I think we've given several concessions, and I think one thing that a couple of things that continue to bother me, going anything below 11 cents. I just don't think we're going to raise enough revenue to be able to sufficiently cover significant costs that are sure to come. As well as one thing that worries me is even if we were able to somehow get the business community to agree to some sort of compromise, I don't see any mechanism in which we'd be able to hold them accountable to that, especially individual businesses. So even if the chamber or some business coalition were to say, we won't actively, as a unit object, nothing would prevent individual businesses, especially some of the large businesses, from raising significant funds and attacking this. So yeah, I think we've done a lot. I think we're at a business tax that I'm happy to support, and are concerned about any further concessions.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
If number 2 fails, are we not putting the gas transfer tax on? This is a question for staff.
That would be correct. That's our understanding.
Right. If you don't adopt it tonight and you don't bring it back on Wednesday, it will die of inaction.
I will remind my colleagues, the most important work we're doing here has to do with climate. And it is antithetical to our climate needs to not put the gas utility transfer on. So if this doesn't happen, this really is kind of a historic vote. So I want to be sure everyone understands what A means. A means we're going to make progress. And if 2 fails, we're going to make gas less expensive than electricity. And it flies in the face of what we're trying to do. Now, let's talk about B. It is not too late. It is not too late to sit down and talk, to let go of all of I think grapes was the word you used, and we sure all of us have some of them, and you've heard it here tonight. It is not too late. Let us keep that door open that the mayor is willing to prop. That's all we're asking. We're all going to be here Wednesday. We can spend a little bit more time on this and give it one last chance, because I think that's what the community would want, right? Your neighbors, they would want us to give it one last chance. And we are so close. So I'm pleading with you guys to do the right thing here for the environment that we're all going to live in, our kids are going to live in. I never use that, but I have to say that tonight. And an opportunity to really lower the temperature and come together. I mean, it's going to be a huge success if we can pull this off with B. So let's not close that door.
And I'd just like to not only reiterate that what we're doing, if we support this, is leaving open the potential of last minute negotiation, which is actually often when agreements are arrived at. But the real choice we have is not what we want, it's what we can achieve. And I think everybody here knows that I have been one of the strongest advocates of this business tax. And I'm willing to consider a compromise because we're in jeopardy of having nothing and not being able to go back to the voters for years if we fail. And it's not a bird in the hand versus 2 in the bush. It's a bird in the hand versus a rattlesnake in the bush. And we need to be objective and not be clinging to what we think is right, what we think should be the case, but in fact, what we are actually facing as alternatives, and to do this objectively, and what is the greatest chance of success that we can reasonably achieve. And so even though council members may have to hold their nose, like I would as well on some of these terms. I think we at least need to give ourselves the option of knowing whether there is an alternative that we would consider on Wednesday or not, and then decide that on Wednesday. And that's what I'm asking at this time, is not for you to decide on what you would support. Certainly not for us to decide what we want, but to look at what we think is the most that's achievable and make sure we're continuing to give ourselves that option until we make our final decision, and then we go with our decision. So let's see, Councilmember Phil Seth. Oh, I'm sorry, City Attorney Stump, did you have something?
I just wanted to clarify for the council and the public, what will appear on the Wednesday agenda, which has to be published like by 5 o'clock tomorrow on Tuesday. So if there is discussion, but no final recommendation that the ad hoc can make, then we will need to draft an agenda title that will say, adopt a resolution with the gas transfer. That doesn't mean you're going to do it. It means you can do it. We're telling the public you'll take that item up and you may do it or you may not do it. We'll also say repeal tonight's resolution. Again, just allowing you to do that, and adopt an alternate resolution. The title needs to say all of those things. Again, it doesn't necessarily mean there's been a breakthrough and there is a recommendation. And we may not have if there is good work that's done tomorrow morning, we might have documents and we can provide them at that time. We might not. So there might not be a full staff report. You might actually see that at some point during the day on Wednesday. So I just wanted everyone to understand what will happen next. And that leaves council's options open for all of those things. It doesn't require or even predict that those things will occur.
Thank you. Councilmember Phil Seth.
Actually, I just wanted to ask sort of a procedural question here, which is we're not doing much on Wednesday anyway, right? Just the city manager's review or something like that, right? But
actually, it's the clerk and the attorney's review.
Oh, well, in that case, the attorney? Right. That's noticed as a closed session. So, but we can still do an open session?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Right. I assume you'd want to do that first, the open session first, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. I assume that any decision we make tonight, we can make the same decision on Wednesday, right? If we do it this way, is that correct?
If there's no development on an alternative business tax procedure, then you will have already taken your action tonight.
Okay.
And then you still will have the opportunity to reconsider the gas transfer.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Koo.
Madam Attorney, when you said repeal resolution, are you referring to resolution B?
Yes, that just will be in the agenda to allow you to do it if there is an agreement.
Proposal. If there's a new proposal?
Correct.
I see. Otherwise, resolution B as written tonight moves forward with the 11 cents.
That's correct. That will be sent to the registrar on Thursday and placed on the ballot for this fall.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I just want to say that I agree climate action is critical. Our polling has shown that 2 measures is a stretch, right? And doing one gives us the best chance of success. And, there's been a lot of talk about the uncertain economic environment. If we do end up delaying the gas transfer, we're going to need to come back in 2 years with the climate funding plan, with our grid modernization and a desire to shift to electrification. That may look a lot different than the transfer we have in front of us today. And if we have a business tax in place, the uses could be very different as well. So I hear what Councilmember Cormack's saying. I think there are options, and I think we could actually have a very attractive measure in 2 years if that's where we end up. So thanks.
And Councilmember Stone.
Just I forgot to ask earlier if we were able to separate the motion to vote separately on A and B.
So the reason for doing that would be what?
So if some council members want to support the natural gas utility transfer, but not authorize the ad hoc.
Okay. Then let's go ahead and separate those.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on 2A, which is allowing the on Wednesday to affirm or not the natural gas transfer. And Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
No.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Great. And now we'll go to 2B, which is to authorize the ad hoc to continue discussions with the Business Coalition.
Councilmember Stone,
No.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
No.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
No.
Councilmember Filsa.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-3.
Okay, thank you. I think that concludes this item. And thanks for the thoughtful discussion by everybody. All right. We're now behind schedule. And by about an hour. Our next item is quasi judicial hearing on 1033 Amarillo Avenue. This is a continuation of our meeting on this item. Sorry, last week? Yeah. Trying to get my memory straight. And so it's a request for a preliminary parcel map with exceptions to subdivide a 20,000 plus square foot R1 property into 2 lots, et cetera. And so at our last meeting, we had presentations by staff and the applicant, and then we had full comments by the public. But my understanding is that there, because of additional information, that we will probably reopen comments to the public for a second time, but we will be encouraging members of the public really to speak to the changes if they have any comments on those, especially if they spoke previously. So Director Late, welcome. It is getting late.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I actually don't have a presentation other than to acknowledge what you had just said is for the record, we have an App Places memo. Hopefully you've had a chance to look at it. And we do recommend that we open
for not only the council's benefit, but the public's benefit, can you recap the substantive elements?
Happy to do so. So during the council's deliberation, there were some questions that staff was not able to answer at the dais. So after the meeting, we had a chance to research the comprehensive plan further, and we were reporting out on some of the policies that were relevant to the conversation about generally housing affordability, not affordable housing as we understand it in a regulatory standpoint, but housing that is affordable either by either age or size, and also this unique sort of housing typology of cottage clusters or cottage housing. We have this in some of our residential neighborhoods, but not everywhere. So we identified in the App Places memo some additional policies that may influence or inform the council in its deliberation. We concluded by simply finding that the project still remains in conformance, at least from a staff perspective, substantial conformance with the comprehensive plan, and would recommend that the City Council support the subdivision map with exceptions. And so, Mayor, that's the summation of the Places memo.
Thank you. And so do we have any members of the public who wish to speak?
Yeah, I believe the council did receive a letter from the applicant's representative who has requested time to speak. And
Okay.
Mr. Hanlon is here.
All right, well then we'll allow the applicant to speak first to their letter and then go to members of the public. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. Thank you for continuing to study this item. Very much appreciated. Again, my name is Ted O'Hanlon. I'm the consulting project executive. I'm representing the owners of the property who've requested this preliminary parcel map with exceptions. We reviewed planning staff's updated supplemental review of the application, and we're in agreement. The project remains in substantial compliance with the comp plan. And another interesting piece, it is not uncommon for a project to comply with some policies and not others in a comp plan. And I'll explain a couple of those. The memo recognizes L 2.7, which is focused on retention and discourage housing losses. To this, I would reply that there's a housing opportunity here. The state will not allow a net loss of housing, but what we're proposing here is the addition of 2 housing units on this property. Similarly, L 2.3, which is referenced in the supplemental review, encourages a mix of housing types, one of which are ADUs. Both of those goals encourage smaller housing types, which 4 of the 6 proposed units would be of that nature. Housing element H3 encourages housing as well, and housing opportunities for very low, and moderate income housing. We discussed in the last session that the cottages are currently rented at approximately $4,000 a month, which would categorize them as above moderate income, approximately greater than 120% to 140% in affordability metrics. Consider that when considering H3, this is not a very low or moderate income housing type. This is an above moderate. But to continue that line of thinking, consider the draft housing element that the city's been studying. There's 512 ADUs make up the over 6,000 housing units that the city is studying, providing, or creating in this next cycle. The 512 units are classified as above moderate income units, 120 to 140% of the AMI. That 8% of the RENA allocation is completely assumed to be rented. The 512 units would be the 512 units. The fact of the matter is a unit in the RENA allocation, whether the private homeowner or property owner chooses it to rent it or provide it to a family member or otherwise. The project, as proposed with the 6 units, would replace the above moderate income housing units that exist on the property with the 2 ADUs and the 2 JADUs that we've proposed all along our line of engaging the city. The supplemental report states there are no zoning regulations or incentives implemented for this type of property in the code. Last October, we were here where we suggested that we could subdivide this property into a more modernized cottage cluster. What we found was a lack of support from the city council, but also a lack of tools in the municipal code that would allow us to do so. So we pursued this subdivision in an attempt to redevelop the property. Further along the lines, as I'm closing, Similar properties such as this were recently granted a preliminary parcel map on Wilkie Way and Fairmead. These were detailed in the August 1st memo. They were approved because they would allow for the future development of additional units. Although their typology was different, we're proposing the same thing, the deferred future development of additional units. And I'd like to close with some things that I think that the council and planning staff and ARB and the Planning and Transportation Commission have all been considering in this most recent cycle with new housing laws is the objective versus subjective interpretation and how those decisions are made. And I like to focus on the objectivity that we're presenting here, a housing opportunity to create a marginal amount of more housing units, but still 2 more housing units that would count for the city of Palo Alto. So I'm here to answer more questions. Again, appreciate your time and consideration very much.
Thank you. And now we'll go to members of the public, if we have anyone tonight who is wishing to speak on this item. So we have no public speakers, so we can now return to the council for discussion and action. Who would like to go first? Okay, Councilmember Philsett, thank you.
That's a question of staff first. You know, my recollection, it may not be right, but my recollection was that when we saw this project before, it was going to be split using SB 9. And at the moment, it's not, which SB 9 might be used later to split the 2 sublots, right? But do I recall that correctly?
So when the pre-screening came forward, one of the concepts was to divide the lot into 4, and SB 9 was a conversational piece, I think, of our staff report and the discussion, but it wasn't reported as the applicant's interest then, and also not now. That doesn't mean it couldn't happen. It is state law. But anyway, so that's, I think it was discussed, but it was never part of a proposal.
Okay, thanks.
Ben? Any other lights? Does anyone have a motion? Councilmember Du Bois.
I don't have a motion, but so again, I went back and looked. It's been quite a while, but again, just to remind people, this is all in a flood zone, as we talked about back then. You know, ideally, we would wait for the application before doing the split, but I heard you a week ago saying you didn't want to incur those costs with the uncertainty. You know, I am having trouble making some of the findings. You know, I looked at the PTC's arguments and the subdivision finding 2, exceptions finding 2 and 4. And, you know, and there is this potential for displacement because the lot is occupied. So I just have one question for Mr. Hanlon, if that's okay, Mayor.
Go right ahead.
So first of all, thanks for your patience in coming back in the second week. So tonight we're talking about a preliminary parcel map. And I wondered if you would be able to accept conditioning the final map on approval of a replacement project that matches the description you've had, which is a house with an ADU and potentially a JADU. So we would give you a, you know, preliminary approval tonight, and then the final approval will be conditioned on presenting those plans, basically.
I'm fully authorized to accept that on behalf of the owners. I wasn't expecting that to be part of our dialogue. I think we've been consistent as we've gone along on this journey with the preliminary application that we did last October. We were very clear in the 4-unit subdivision would have been a single family home and an ADU. The one that is more contemplated now would be a 2-unit, a 2-lot subdivision with a single family home, an ADU, and a JADU on each to create those housing. It sounds like everybody wants these additional housing units. And I think that that's the best outcome of this.
Yeah. I mean, I think it would make it really easy if there was a way you could make that. I don't know if you're able to reach the decision maker at this point, but it sounds like you're not able to do that.
I can work on that while I can step away.
Okay, cool.
If that helps.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I think, for me, I'm looking at kind of denying the preliminary, or if we could have this maybe condition, I could see approving.
Can you state that again? You were kind of mumbling away.
If as one of the conditions of approval, that the final lot split would be the submission of the plans, then I would be willing to approve.
Vice Mayor Koo.
So I just want to say that I appreciate Councilmember Stone's questions with regards to some of the comp plan programs and elements which were missing and was also brought up in the Planning and Transportation Commission. In particular to policy L 2.7, which supports effort to retain housing that's more affordable in existing neighborhoods, right? I think that we also know that within the city, we have our council priorities, which is continuing with the housing for social and economic balance, including, there's also the state 3 Ps, which has to do with protection and preservation. So I actually have to say that, a lot of these, it just seems like the comp plan constantly misses out, staff misses out on bringing these topics up when it comes to producing housing. And in addition to everything, I also watched the Planning and Transportation. And I think that, they're absolutely correct in terms of not being able to find the findings in order to approve this. And I just want to remind, that we do have to go by our municipal codes, and we should follow that because it is, there was a reason for why it's there. So I do want to say that, we do want to look at our comp plan, not in the way that staff has put it in packet page 239, which is we try to comply with most policies, but not others. I think that, we want to make sure that we're adhering to the priorities that the city has set. College clusters also, I want to say that I heard in the PTC meeting that there's a historical factor, but it's more than that. There's a value to the community. The fact that it is pleasant, it has a character to a neighborhood. There's a value in addition to its affordability. Addition to everything, it's just like subdivide the lot, and we don't know what the impacts are going to be to the neighborhood. What type of housing is it going to be? How many bedrooms? What is the parking impact that's going to happen? So in addition to not being able to make the findings, the absence of a development application is going to be, and not knowing what is going to end up on that in the parcels, it wouldn't go along with the goals and policies, nor the law of the city.
Thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with the vice mayor and concur with the PTC. I can't make the necessary findings, especially for the preliminary parcel map findings, number 2, and the exception findings, number 4. I also just kind of more compelled as the vice mayor to policy L 2.7 and 2.3. I know the vice mayor quoted from 2. Component of a diverse, inclusive community, allow and encourage a mix of housing types and sizes, integrated into neighborhoods and designed for greater affordability, particularly, and here's where it's most relevant, smaller housing types, studios, co-housing, cottages, clustered housing, accessory dwelling units, and senior housing. Our comp plan is critical to the way we conduct our planning and our zoning and the decisions. And not only do I think denying this project is more consistent with the comp plan than maybe staff's interpretation. I also think very consistent with our policies and priorities this year, as the vice mayor articulated. So I think the PTC made very strong arguments for denying this, and I think it's just consistent with our own land use planning as well as our council priorities and policies. And just kind of looking at the original staff report itself stated that it will facilitate rebuilding of existing units, and the applicant admitted last week as well during questioning that the new project will not have another cottage cluster, and I thought interesting, will be 2 single-family homes with the potential for rentals. So there's just so many unknowns here. The one thing I think we do know is that the existing cottage cluster will be no more. And we also know that older, smaller housing units tend to be cheaper than newer, especially single-family homes. And so that's why I won't be able to support this. I also agree with the PTC's finding on exception finding number 2 as well. Thank you.
I don't see more lights at this time. Councilmember Du Bois, were you indicating you were formulating a proposed motion? Just to try and move things along,
No, I
if
think
you have that.
I was waiting to see if Mr. Hanlon would have an answer. Yeah.
Your efforts to write a motion that might condition an ADU and a JADU on each of the 2 lots are in good faith, good effort. We would support that. I guess it really depends ultimately how that motion looks, but I think at the core of it, it's something that I've gotten an indication from the owners that they would accept.
Okay, so I'll try to make the motion. Thank you for that. So, and if staff can help me on this too. So I guess I would move that we would approve the preliminary map change, but the final map change would be dependent on a project plan that has been described, effectively a home on each lot with a JADU or an ADU. Or we could say like up to a JADU and an ADU, but so there'd be a condition of approval, I guess, for the final map approval, that a plan is approved. Yeah, I think there's a discussion going on, so we'll see what they come back with. Yeah. Yeah, it's very in there. You could say a home that each lot would consist of a home, an ADU, and potentially a JADU. Comma ADU. And potentially a JADU. So we're waiting to hear.
Just to clarify, are you saying that the condition would be that it must have an ADU and it might have a JADU as opposed to having both?
Oh, it could have both.
No, whether it would necessarily have both is what I'm asking.
If the applicant, I was trying to give the applicant the leeway. I think they're saying they would like a ADU and JADU, but if they change their mind, I was just trying to give them a
Okay,
little
so
leeway.
I'm just trying to understand that clearly.
Yeah.
Mr. Hanlon, do you have clarification?
Yeah, we would condition to do the JADU as well.
Okay.
You know,
You scratch
the state law would be for the home plus ADU. What we've been proposing is the home plus the ADU plus the JADU. And if that's the condition that we're talking about, then that's what we're prepared to move forward with.
And that's the one that would have a net increase in housing units.
Exactly.
Yep. Okay. I was just trying to be a little more flexible, but.
So just for disclosure and clarity, appreciate this property owner and their representative is making their comments about their intentions, but should the property change hands and a future property owner wants to exercise other rights under state law, we will likely not be able to enforce this condition.
Understood. So I think the intent here is kind of establishing a relationship of trust, and that if Mr. Hanlon proceeds, he would proceed under these conditions. And I guess under the law, that's the most we could expect, is what you're saying. Right?
Yes. So the property owner does have the ability to exercise the rights various rights that state law provides. And the approval of the final map is ministerial. So it's possible for council to say you want a project to have gone through the approval process. But if it's a project that exercises other rights under state law, it's not going to be a basis to not approve the final map.
Okay.
John?
Agreed. Yep.
So I don't know if there's a second.
I will second it.
Okay. So again, I understand the concern, I think, in the community, and supportive of the PTC, and I appreciate their recommendation. And to me, this felt like a good compromise to let the project move forward, and hopefully, the intentions stated here are what will happen. But
and I'll just add, I think this is a reasonable compromise, and I would ideally like to see all of our quadplexes stay unchanged, or at least remain quadplexes. But I think there are limits on what we can do reasonably, unless we come up with some sort of incentive program to be able to do that, whether that's a future TDM of some sort, or who knows what, TDR, excuse me, transfer development right. I don't know, but in the end, we now with this motion would have 6 units where 4 reside today, and yet retain character of a single family neighborhood in that. So I'm willing to accept it. Like I say, I hope we can come up with clearer policies in the future that would reflect the aspiration of the comp plan to be able to protect quadplexes more.
So the motion was changed. I just want to get the language. So what I wanted it to say would be that the final map, it would be conditioned on approval of the project.
No, I'm sorry, it's parcel map, just technically it's a parcel map. So, but yeah, we would want to say that.
So could we say would be conditioned on approval of a replacement project?
What we're saying is that we're going to add a condition to the preliminary parcel map that a project must be approved prior to council adoption of the parcel map.
But where does it say the project would be approved?
That it doesn't in here right now. We got to add that.
Okay.
We just
so instead of saying would be dependent on a map plan, could we say would be conditioned on approval of a project?
Of a project that includes a home, a single family home, ADU and JADU on each parcel.
Yep.
And then you would
on each parcel. Right.
And the parcel map doesn't have to change. It's so and add a condition that of approval that the preliminary map, add a condition of approval.
You could delete that the preliminary map change, or right? Condition of approval that I think you deleted approval there. Yeah. Okay, thank you. John, does that look good?
I mean, I'm sorry, it's just a combination of, I mean, I guess I would want like just a few minutes maybe to rewrite that, Mayor, but it's just kind of hard to do it here on the fly. I understand what the
Why
intent is.
don't we take a 5-minute break
Right.
and let staff try to
Thank you.
refine this language?
Okay.
Great. late. Seems like we could have a Supreme Court ruling in this timeframe.
I think it's just shaking off the summer doldrums here. Okay, so I think the clerk has some language that we've used to capture what we believe to be the intent of the motion. And that's displayed for you on the screen.
Just so everybody is clear, it says we'd approve the record of land use action based on findings and subject to conditions of approval prior to approval of a parcel map. The applicant shall receive approval of any planning entitlement as required by the municipal code. That includes a new single-family home, ADU and JADU, junior ADU on each subdivided lot. So that means that basically before the applicant gets the actual parcel map approval, they'll have to have received a planning entitlement.
Yes, and the reason for the little bit of wiggle room there on as required by the municipal code is that not every single family home requires a planning entitlement. It could be a one-story home, and we're not going to issue a building permit before the parcel map is approved, because then we would be in conflict. So it assumes that there will likely be a two-story home here, and if so, this would capture that.
Okay, Vice Mayor Coop.
So with this, so earlier I heard something about a ministerial approval. So at what point will the public get to have public comments or have their concerns, have a public meeting?
Yeah, well, this is that meeting, and the meeting that you had Monday and with the Planning Commission is the public hearing is with the exception that is before you. The parcel map is an administrative process. It's just making sure that what is approved by the council is prepared correctly, and we have our civil engineers review that for conformity at a staff level. The project that ultimately comes forward will be either an individual review application for a two-story home, or if it's a one-story home, it's not subject to individual review and is processed administratively as a building permit.
So you're still, okay. I'm kind of finding it like that. Well, number one, I still can't make the findings for the lot split, but then at the same time, is it even the same thing as what PTC was just deliberating, or per the title here now? It's changed so much, this motion.
Well, this is a motion that is not. This is a motion for project approval.
For project approval.
Approval of the
lot
of
split.
the lot split.
But not the project yet.
There's no project that's been filed yet. So no.
And then there's still no guarantee that families are going to move in there.
Oh, that's right. I can't. No, we
into
can't.
These homes once they're built, these units.
So council member or vice mayor, yes, the action before the council this evening is to subdivide the property. The project that is forthcoming, it is the intent of the applicant to build it with a single family home.
There's not guarantees that those will be actually rented out to.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, that's true. There is no guarantee about that.
Or that they're going to be affordable as what they are now in these cluster units. It wasn't a question. It was basically a statement, actually. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Stone.
Well, the vice mayor just asked the question I had. I guess one additional on my guess from reading the the App Places memo, and I appreciate staff getting back to us with that information. We don't know right now, but leaning towards no, that we could add a condition here that would require, one, the ADU and JADU to actually be rented, and two, that there be some level of affordability attached.
Yeah, so the App Places memo refers to the legal test, which is nexus and rough proportionality. So the city, to impose an affordability condition, the city needs to show through a study that the development itself, not in general or otherwise existing, but that development creates that there's a nexus to the need for affordability, and that there's a roughly that the city's regulatory requirement is roughly proportional to the need that's created. And so our current study shows 15%, 20%. Yeah. Well below the proportion that you're suggesting here. So, and I'm not aware of any city that has done a study of this type that justifies affordability requirements on ADUs or JADUs for this reason. Do you disagree?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any study.
Yeah.
Or implementing regulation.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, no, I'm just agreeing with the city attorney. I'm not aware of any municipal regulations, not in this city, but also in other cities that have an inclusionary requirement for a single family ADU, JADU composition.
Okay. And also no ability to condition that these actually be rented.
That's right.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think I'm still where I was before. I think this motion's a little better than what was the preliminary ask, but I still think we're not meeting our comp plan and some of those policies and our own priorities on affordable housing. I understand we'll get 6 units where 4 once existed, but there's no guarantee that those 8, that the ADU and the JADU be actually used for housing. So it's a possibility that we get 6 units for housing. It's a possibility that we get 2 units of housing and 2 single family homes, and the ADU and JADU be used for an office, a gym, maybe some other purpose. So just where it's at now, and also I kind of agree with that direction the vice mayor was going, saying, this does seem a little different than what the PTC also was able to discuss and vet. So I'm still at not being able to find the requisite findings here.
All right. We have one more light. Councilmember Phil Seth.
Yeah. So I feel like I need to support this for, primarily because this is consistent with what with the direction council gave the applicant when it was here before. And I think if we were going to reject it on some of these issues, then or turn it back on some of these issues, then, really then was the right time to do it, not now. That said, I think the issue with destruction of cottage clusters and sort of the replacement of quote unquote more affordable older units with new, more expensive ones, I think that's probably likely to happen here, right? But we don't have an ordinance right now preventing, regulating the destruction of cottage clusters, and maybe we need one because that would be the thing to apply to in this case. But we don't have that one right now, and so it seems counterintuitive to me to reverse the direction the guidance we gave last time, and simultaneously try to create cottage cluster policy on this project at this time. So I'm probably going to support this. We may well need some kind of an ordinance like relative to college clusters, but even that we have to think through because, there are dynamics involved with maintenance and upkeep and investment and all the other kind of stuff, and we need to think through those things, but as we come up with sort of blanket policies.
Okay. I see no more lights. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
No.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
No.
Motion carries 5-2.
Thank you. So that concludes item number 6. And our final agendized item is a discussion and comments on the city's draft comment letter to the California High-Speed Rail Authority and an authorization for the mayor to send that comment letter on the final environmental impact report for the section between San Francisco and San Jose, which traverses Palo Alto. So, Mr. Shikata, are you taking the lead on that?
Well, actually, I don't believe we have a staff report tonight. Mr. Bhatia is here for the Office of Transportation. Ripon, is there anything you'd like to cover with the council verbally, or should we simply refer to the letter?
Well, we can simply, good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. Yeah, we can simply bring it back to the council for discussion and any comments on the letter. But I can give a brief introduction of the staff report if that's needed.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and do that just so everybody's refreshed, and the letter is on attachment A of item 7.
Sure. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Ripon Bhatia, Senior Engineer with the Office of Transportation. This item brought forward tonight for your discussion is to provide a review and comment on the city's draft letter prepared for California High-Speed Rail Authority on the final EIR for the segment of high-speed rail between San Jose and San Francisco that impacts Palo Alto. On June 10th, the California High-Speed Authority released the final EIR in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA. Planning and transportation staff prepared the draft comment letter that enlists major concerns that EIR lacked in analyzing, such as cumulative traffic impacts, analyzing warranting improvements like grade separation, future impacts with high-speed rail, and Caltrain vision plan implementing that may warrant for tracking in the northern Santa Clara County, intersection improvements to mitigate safety and delays, including emergency vehicle response, land use, noise impact, etc. To note, EIR does include certain safety improvements such as quad gates, and also mentions about supporting local agencies in future for implementing quiet zones. The California High-Speed Rail Authority is considering the adoption, certifying the final EIR at their August 17th and 18th board meeting, and they will be considering comments in person only on the 17th of the first day. Any revisions recommended by the council tonight will be incorporated in the letter before sending to California High-Speed Rail Authority. And as the recommendations also state that we seek authorization from the council for mayor to sign this letter, and also the consideration to designate representative if such is needed to advocate support city position at the board meeting. If you have any question, we're here to answer. That concludes my staff report. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just start by saying thanks to staff for a comprehensive letter that lays out our concerns and open it up to the council for either questions or discussion or a motion to approve sending the letter. Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this? We do not. So now back to the council. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I just wanted to focus really on one issue and then a smaller second issue. But on page 101, item 2, it talks about the safety at the grade crossings. I wonder if it would would help us to expand on how dangerous these rail crossings are? Or does, being kind of ranked in the state as dangerous intersections, does that help us or hurt us to say they're already dangerous, even though this may make it more dangerous?
Well, I
that
would
was
say
a
it's a
question
good
for staff.
point, and I don't see how it would hurt us, but if staff
I
has.
mean, if it's an existing condition versus a change in condition, I just wondered if staff had a comment.
Mr.
Certainly.
Bhatia, please go ahead.
Yeah, certainly we can add the comment on that ranking in the letter.
Okay, yeah, I think it would just be worth pointing out. I think we're ranked very highly as dangerous intersections. And then the other question is really on the impact to El Palo Alto. The only request is that we have somebody there to monitor the tree trimming. Is there no other concern to impacts to the tree?
Duly noted. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if there's construction equipment that could damage the root system or something. Okay, thank you.
And if I might just follow up to Councilmember Du Bois, I think as he raises that question on the risk level of those grade crossings, we actually have data on the number of fatalities that have occurred in the last dozen years. And fatalities that result from accident or from lack of security are still addressed by grade separations that allow that security. And so I think that does give additional substance and real credibility to our concerns there. So Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two questions. First, I wanted to clarify a statement in the staff report on page 97 regarding that if the evaluation shows an alternative would reduce impacts to less than significant level, then grade separation would need to be constructed and funded as part of the HSR project. So just curious, does that mean that if the authority found that grade separations would reduce impacts to a significant level, then the authority would be required to construct those grade separations first and pay for them without financial support from the city?
Yeah, that would be at the highest level of the mitigation impact if the whole mitigation is triggered by this event. Yes.
Okay. So that would be great. And then I guess for the city attorney, is there a legal remedy that we can pursue if the authority ignores our letter, or even if, reads it, but doesn't find our argument persuasive and continues on with approving the project?
I have to confess, I didn't pay close attention. This is a comment letter on a final EIR, Ripon, and so they are obligated to respond to significant comments, yes?
I'm not sure if they're obligated to respond, but they can consider in the public hearing.
Yes. Right.
But I guess.
But city attorney, we would then, by virtue of these comments, have a basis in the future if we chose to legally challenge the EIR. Now, whether a court would agree with us is another question, but that this establishes if we don't comment.
Yes, I wasn't sure if that's what the council member was asking, but yes, right.
Okay, good.
You have to comment to have legal standing.
Yep, perfect. It's like raising an objection in a trial. Okay, perfect. Yes, thank you.
Vice Mayor Coop.
So I appreciate what Councilmember Du Bois and you, and also Councilmember and Mayor, as well as Greer said. I'm sorry, Councilmember Stone. I do want to bring forward that I think it needs to be emphasized that they're also increasing their speeds. There's no station here in Palo Alto. So they're just going to be going at 110 miles per hour through the city of Palo Alto. And the 4-quadrant gates is just simply insufficient. So I think that needs to be really emphasized, that it is absolutely insufficient, especially with backing it up with what the fatalities and the accidents that are documented at these rail crossings. And I think Caltrain also has these numbers. I think there needs to be a lot more significant funding towards ensuring that we don't have any more of these fatalities, because at the end of the day, the city of Palo Alto is dealing with it. But I do appreciate the letter. I do want to make sure that we document as much comment as much as we can in here, so that we can have our backup. But the tree is another thing that Councilmember Du Bois mentioned, but also lessening the divide of this community, east and west. That's also very important. So thank you for working on this and making sure that they do address this significance of impacts.
And Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. I agree. It's a comprehensive letter. I appreciate staff's work on it. I was surprised to learn that fencing or sound walls will be required along the entire corridor within the city. I guess I should have known that already, but that seems like a big deal. I don't know that we, in this letter, should be addressing any aesthetics or anything like that, but I'm sure the community would have a lot to say about what these fencing and sound walls look like. In item 1, I just wanted to appreciate the importance of that, and thank you for putting it in that order. With respect to item 2 and the current conditions and the just tragic fatalities we have had, including recently, I guess I would think that the best way to approach that would be that any increase in trains and higher speeds would be likely to exacerbate the situation. So I'm sure that's how you'll approach it. And then with respect to 5, seems like kind of a big deal if the times assumed in the analysis are not indicative of actual field conditions. Do we need to go into more detail there, or what's behind that? I'm on packet page 101 in the first paragraph of number 5. I mean, if the data is not right, I think we should perhaps make a bigger deal.
So I believe they have modeled it, as well as they have done some field work, but it may not have been to the satisfaction or to the detailed level. So there could be some additional work that could be done in calculating the delays, as well as the emergency response impacts.
And can we provide any data that's helpful? Is any of the work that we've done something that would be, relevant that we can offer? I realize that's not a normal way we do things and with EIRs, but
they do have they have the ability to get the model data from the VTA, which is what is the most recently available data. But other than that, they have collected the data at those intersections.
Okay, well,
the project has done it.
I think we should emphasize that more.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, I see no further comments. So do we have a motion to authorize the letter with incorporating the comments that staff has accepted conceptually tonight?
I'm happy to recommend that we authorize the mayor to sign the letter incorporating the revisions described this evening. And I don't think, based on the staff recommendation, we need to do 1 or 3, but if there's something else, happy to consider adding that.
So are you making the staff motion?
I'm making part 2 of the staff motion. Do we need to do 3 as well? We hadn't discussed that.
Well, you said 1, but we've done 1, right?
I said 2 in the staff recommendation.
Right.
Right.
But you said we didn't need to do 1 or 3.
We didn't need to do 1, and now I'm looking at 3 because we haven't
I thought
talked
we
about it.
Had just done 1 is what we just accomplished.
Right, but we don't need to include it in the motion.
I see.
Sorry. But just with 3, we didn't discuss designating representatives. Is this still necessary, staff, based on the consent item we adopted?
Thank you. So go ahead, Mr. Bhatia.
Yeah, if a council member or a representative would like to be at the meeting, the virtually this meeting is going to be open to public for comments, and if that's a desire from the council, then that's something that would be recommended.
I'm trying to understand if what we did this evening, authorizing the rail committee, is sufficient for the rail committee tomorrow to choose a representative, or if we need to take separate action this evening.
I believe, Councilmember, your point is well taken, and that authorization on the work plan does allow the rail committee to proceed with this advocacy as described.
So I'm happy to defer that to tomorrow, but open to other suggestions.
That sounds fine. So we can delete 1 and 3, huh, from the motion?
Yes.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
And any further discussion?
I don't have any.
All right. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great. All right. That concludes our regular agenda items. We have council member questions, comments, and announcements. One question I have is we don't use the light board anymore. Is there a reason not to? Would that be more expeditious? And it also allows council members to vote simultaneously, which is probably a bit fairer voting process.
So yes, but while we're in the hybrid meeting, we still have to make a verbal announcement and you still have to vote, is my understanding. But going forward, starting on your September 12th meeting, we're going to introduce a new option of digital voting.
Thank you.
So it can be shown to the public in the virtual world and the council chamber at the same time simultaneously. So
Okay,
that's part
thanks.
of the new agenda management system.
Great. Vice Mayor Ku.
I just want to say thank you to the ad hoc committee for the business tax. I didn't say that earlier, but I do appreciate all the work that Councilmember Filsa, Councilmember Du Bois, and you are doing. That's all. I just forgot to say it earlier. So thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our meeting. Thank you.